No, I'm on. It's me. The lights that we put on in this city. I'm in charge of it. I'm the one who's putting it on every day.
BINO Nation, we in the building, man. Y'all already know what time it is, man. Make sure y'all hitting the like button as you come in. Make sure you hit the Cash App and support the show. Anybody that drops 100 or more will be a sponsor of the show.
That's that BINO energy.
Let's go.
Son, where'd you find this?
That boy is good.
Tell him about the gun line, Bob.
I don't feel like you standing on business, nigga. I've been doing this for a long time.
And most importantly, we need you.
That's that BINO energy.
She belongs to the street.
Spartan! What is your profession?
Yeah, y'all already know what time it is. We back in the stew.
You're now tuned in
You are now tuned into
to the realest show on YouTube with your host, the Angryman.
What's good? What's going on with everybody? We back in the building yet again. I don't know how many of y'all were actually here yesterday. I got a little annoyed. And I got annoyed because I be feeling like your boy is getting suppressed on YouTube, right? And by the way, this is gonna be a goofy story. This is gonna be real goofy, but I gotta tell it. I gotta tell it so that people will understand. You can't jump to conclusions, right? Shout out to Young Illuminati. He said, "When are you going to drop a verse on that beat. Hell, you can't do worse than Wilbur Smith. Man, let me tell you something. First of all, Will Smith wish he could rap like me. Let's just be clear about that. Wilbur Smith wished he could rap like me. Real talk. He know what it is. Yo, shout out to Chill Let Go, said the X concept for super chats is dope. Yeah, they, you know, they rolling out with new stuff, trying their best to innovate and all of that good shit. You feel me? Shout out to Lotus Flower. Appreciate you. So, you know, the goofy thing yesterday is I'm like, yo, I'm feeling like I'm being suppressed. I'm feeling like they don't want your boy to be great. They hating on me. At least that's how I felt, right? So, you know, I decided to hop on I decided to contact YouTube or whatever, right? And so I'm chatting with a YouTube representative, right? And he's going through and I'm breaking down what the issue is and all of this stuff. And lo and behold, we found the solution. And I really feel goofy about it. But to be truthfully honest, you people should feel goofy about it. That's right. Every last one of you that are watching right now that come in here talking about, Angry Man, I didn't get a notification. What's going on, Angry Man? The notifications, what's good? Well, the reason why you're not getting notifications, a lot of you, and I'm not going to say all of you, but the reason why you're not getting notifications, quite frankly, is because you haven't clicked the necessary buttons once you subscribed. You have not clicked the necessary buttons once you subscribed, right? You just haven't done it. And I know some of you going to feel like, well, that's not true, Angry Man. It is absolutely true, right? And this is the reason why I had to put this post up, right? I had to put this post up for everybody that watches my show, okay? When you subscribe, you cannot just subscribe to the channel. You also have to click the bell and choose enable all notifications. Now, some of you are going to argue with me that you have all notifications clicked. There's only one problem with that. When the YouTube representative went through my analytics, what he found was, matter of fact, I'm going to tell you exactly what his findings were. Let me go over here and read it out loud. Let's see. I got so much stuff over here. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So these findings are crazy, by the way. This is crazy, by the way. And now I know for a fact why, even though I have such a large following, now I know why the live streams don't be having a bunch of people in here. Now I know, right? But one, a bulk of the people that subscribe to my channel subscribe for YouTube Shorts. So they just subscribe and that's it, right? But let's see. Where is it at? sorry, y'all. I be doing so much freaking research when it comes to YouTube. It's crazy. So basically, here we go right here. So basically, the reason why we're having these issues, only 2.2% of you guys have turned on all notifications and have YouTube app notifications enabled. Only 2.2% of the 805K people that subscribe to me have all notifications and have YouTube app notification enabled. Do you have any idea how mind-blowingly ridiculous that is? Even with broader settings, only 4% of my subscribers are actually eligible to receive push notifications when I go live. Only 4% of you. Shout out to Stan, said, I get the notifications. Mostly YouTube won't let me comment on your shorts. Pause. Is there a fix for that? I have absolutely no idea why that's going on. I have no idea why that's going on, right? So what this means is Angryman is not being suppressed. I'm not being suppressed. In fact, when I go through my analytics, when I go through the breakdown of my analytics, my channel is actually doing extremely well. The reason why we're having issues is because a lot of you just don't know how to follow instructions. A lot of you are not tech savvy. And now I'm starting to understand why some of the younger cats have such a huge following, because the vast majority of my fan base is Gen X. And you motherfuckers just refuse to learn technology. You can, if you want to be able to see me when I go live, you have to click the notification bell. You have to have, if you're watching on the phone, which a lot of people watch me on the phone, you have to go into your settings, click on YouTube on your phone, go into your settings, go down the list of apps in your settings, go to the YouTube settings, and turn on push notifications, or you're not going to get any notifications. It's not complicated. It really isn't. Y'all got me up here ready to crash out, cursing out YouTube and whatnot. And, and I'm not even being suppressed. Now, for those of you that's saying you're having trouble super chatting or you're having trouble commenting, what that probably is you've probably tried to type something that YouTube doesn't like, and YouTube has gave you a cool off period, right? Now, I didn't get that from YouTube. I just kind of came up with that on my own. And I'm going to tell you why. When I go to some people's channels and I try to super chat, every once in a while, I'll say something in the super chat that YouTube doesn't like, and it won't allow the super chat to go through. And then after that, it won't allow me to super chat at all to that particular channel. It takes a while. Like, I'll go back later on, maybe a week later or 2 weeks later, and then I'll super chat and it'll go through, right? So I know YouTube does that, right? But the good news is your boy is not being suppressed. I'm not being suppressed. I'm actually getting quite a bit of impressions. I have a good click-through rate. You know what I'm saying? So not being suppressed. It's just most of you don't get notified when I go live because you don't have your settings turned on properly. Only about 17,000 to 32,000 people are even able or capable of being notified, right? So what you have to realize is YouTube already doesn't the way YouTube sends out notifications, right? So YouTube only sends notifications to a small fraction. 3 per user per day max, right? 3 per user per day max. You feel what I'm saying? And that portion is only coming out of anywhere from 17 to 32,000 people. You feel me? And as far as I can tell, they do send notifications for YouTube Shorts as well, right? So it's kind of cycling. Like, I think the way it works is if you got 3 notifications from me from my YouTube Shorts that day, you probably didn't get a notification for the live. But then the next day, you may get a notification for the live, but somebody that got a notification for the live the previous day won't get a notification. Like, the shit cycles. You know what I'm saying? The shit cycles. Like, it's starting to make sense now that I actually had a conversation with them and, broke it down, got it broken down. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to Chill Let Go. He said, okay, BINO Nation, allow YouTube notifications, then press the bell and select all. It's easy. Facts. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Because if you don't, you'll miss the lives, and then you'll be like, Angryman, I'm missing the lives, but y'all gotta chill with the the spiracy theories. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to my man IMP. He says salute to the light skin. Excuse me. He says salute to the one they can't stop, the Angryman. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Steve H. He says supporting the live. Appreciate you.
$50 boss up. Stack up and match up.
Shout out to Mogul Maze. He says showing support. Shout out to Kendra, said paying tuition. Yeah. Shout out to my man Aaron coming through. He says, so 70 hours a week gets you 5-star paella Spanish food in downtown Santa Fe, New Mexico, and the hotel to match. Young men from a Gen X man lesson: do not give unwifely women wifely things. Most important, your pecker. That can be a hard lesson. Oh, that's funny. Shout out to my man Aaron.
$50 boss up. Stack up and match up.
Always showing love. Aaron be dropping content over on Locals, man. If y'all ain't checked out our Locals, you definitely need to go over there and check it out. A lot of these live streams that, end up getting removed by me, they stay up on Locals, so keep that in mind. We had another one. Shout out to Cool Rob. He said for the show, appreciate you. Now, as you can see, we are vertical again, because fuck that. I was sitting there watching as my man Will over at Cellulite Podcast has been enjoying tremendous growth by going live vertically. And I said, you know what, why am I not going live vertically? Because look, I get it. Some of y'all want to see the show in landscape mode. If you want to see the show in landscape mode, all you gotta do is go jump on the Angryman live channel, formerly the Street Conservative channel. That's all you gotta do if you want to see it in landscape mode. It's not complicated. You feel what I'm saying? But we definitely gonna continue to go live vertically over here because we need the exposure, man. We need the exposure. We need the exposure and we need the growth. You feel me? So it is what it is. But we got a lot. We got a lot to talk about. Alex said, bro, can I get a shout behind the wall and love your channel, man? Shout out to Alex Wright, man. Appreciate you for kicking it with us. You feel me? If you behind the wall, you're risking it all to kick it with us. I appreciate the love, fam. Real talk. Yo, make sure you're hitting the like button as you come in. The likes look crazy right now. The likes is looking utterly ridiculous right now. We need the likes up. We need the likes up. Now, if y'all remember yesterday, I said I was getting frustrated. And you know how it go down when I get frustrated. When I get frustrated, like I said, I'm gonna fucking do something about it. So I've made some adjustments. Let me ask you guys a question. What do y'all think about the thumbnail? Is the thumbnail popping? I made some adjustments to my thumbnails. I said, you know what? I'm going to take the thumbnail game to the next level now that I got all the tools that I need, now that I got all the tools and the skills that I need. You feel me? What y'all think about it? C-Train said the thumbnail is fire. It's fuego. Appreciate you, C-Train. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been lazy with the thumbnails lately. I gotta tighten up on that. You feel me? Been lazy with it, but it's all good. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna get it right. So today, what we gotta talk about, matter of fact, we ain't gotta talk about nothing until we get some more support. We need a sponsor or two. Is there a sponsor in the house tonight? Is anybody planning on sponsoring the show? We need a sponsor or two because we gotta talk about the Breakfast Club and their shenanigans and their chicanery. We gotta talk about it. Shout out to Mario. He said Charlemagne, aka Milk Dud with a mustache. we gotta talk about these fools, fam. We gotta talk about it. And like I said, we gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. Let me see if I remove this. Let's remove that. Let's go here. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. We making some changes. We doing some summer, instead of spring cleaning, we doing some summer cleaning. You feel me? So for those of you that don't know, and shout out to my man Martin, he said your intro is the dopest on YouTube. The flashing lights, the beat bumping with your dark silhouette is hard. Great presentation. Appreciate you, fam. So basically, for those of you that don't know, the streamer N3on. How many of y'all know who N3on is? Press a 1 in the chat if you know who N3on is. Press a 1 in the chat if you know who N3on is. So, very popular streamer. Very popular streamer. Shout out to the Prasad. I think that's how you pronounce that. Shout out to the Prasad family. Appreciate you. So really popular streamer, you know what I'm saying? Popular streamer that is basically what's the best way to describe it? He started out streaming as a troll. So he loved to troll a lot of people, loved to say a lot of wild shit, which trolls do on a regular basis. Cool with a lot of the big streamers. Aiden Ross was cool with Kai Cenat, but him and Kai Cenat had a little bit of a beef or whatever, over some things that was said. I guess Kai Cenat kind of called him a lame, telling him he need to go outside more or something crazy like that. And in response to that, he said, N3on said something crazy about Kai Cenat's mother. I think he called her fat and black. I don't know. Something crazy, some little young teeny bopper content creators beefing with each other. You feel me? If you've ever played like Call of Duty or anything like that, with the headset or, pretty much any game that's online play, you know how toxic it can get, right? So basically what happened is N3on went on to the Breakfast Club. Now, why he would go on to the Breakfast Club, I have absolutely no idea. I don't even know why he would do that. He doesn't need to go on the Breakfast Club. You feel what I'm saying? He doesn't need to go on the Breakfast Club at all. You feel me? But he went anyway. And he may have been surprised, but I wasn't surprised that the moment he goes on to the Breakfast Club, the entire Breakfast Club charged up their leftist, liberal, their liberal, lefty-leaning talking points and their racism, victimhood, and everything that you could think of. Like this entire interview was a hodgepodge of black people victimhood and liberal lefty talking points and everything you could think of. They even figured out a way to put white privilege in there. I don't even know if N3on is white. Is N3on white? Is N3on white? I don't even know if he's white. I really don't. Like, he's not my cup of tea. You feel what I'm saying? When it comes to the younger streamers, I like iShowSpeed because he's entertaining. I like some of Kai Cenat's stuff. I don't really watch Aiden Ross like that. I've watched him when he did the interview with Donald Trump. I don't really watch Aiden like that. I just don't catch his streams or whatever. But I've seen a few of N3on's streams and interactions or whatever. He's not really my cup of tea. I see why he's popular. You feel what I'm saying? Based on his demographic, based on some of the shenanigans he engages in. I get why he's popular. Shout out to Mogul Mays, said, really time for a change in the Breakfast Club. They changed the decor, but need to change the format. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing that the Breakfast Club can do. You feel what I'm saying? Like, let's just be totally honest about it. The Breakfast Club, like so many other media outlets, they're dinosaurs. They're on their last legs. There's absolutely nothing they can do about it. They can try to have the cameras at different angles and try to make it look like it's a podcast. It doesn't matter. It is still being funded by that money of the old guard. It is still being funded by, those sort of Radio One type entities and shit. So it's still gonna operate in that same business model. They don't get it. That shit doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's old and stanking. You feel what I'm saying? Like, the idea that, first of all, taking any type of legacy media format and trying to continue that format on YouTube doesn't work. It doesn't work. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to break down for you why it doesn't work, right? So take somebody like CNN or Fox News or whatever, right? All they're doing is they're taking the news broadcast, right, that they're putting on TV, and they're taking the clips of it and they're posting it to YouTube, which I get why they're doing it, because right now YouTube is where it's at. YouTube is where most of the eyeballs are at. So they have to do it. But if you remember, a while back, they refused to do it. If you remember, a while back, legacy media thought that YouTube and streaming and podcasting was just a trend. In fact, if you remember, news reporters, talking heads, media guys, celebrities, movie stars, TV stars, they used to talk about streamers like we wasn't shit. They used to talk about podcasters like we wasn't shit, which is hilarious to me to watch now, as people like Will Smith, Kevin Hart, Snoop Dogg, all of these niggas try to latch on to these young up-and-coming podcasters to try to hold on to relevancy, because they know that Hollywood and that old legacy media is dying. Let me tell you something. Look, Kevin Hart, I got to tell you, bro, you hanging out with Drewski and Kai Cenat is the most pathetic shit I've ever seen in my life. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me that watching these guys, because look, it doesn't matter how young they are, any of them, if they're from the legacy media, they're old. They're old news, right? Watching Kevin Hart hanging out in Kai Cenat's crib, I'm just looking like, wow, bro. You are fighting like hell to stay relevant. And you want to know what the sad part is? The sad part is Kai Cenat, as successful as he is, he's not thinking of it that way. He's not thinking of the fact that Kevin Hart is really trying to use him, right? He's just thinking of it like, oh, I got Kevin Hart on my show. Oh, this is cool. And the craziest thing about it is Kai Cenat don't even realize he don't even need Kevin Hart on his show. Kevin Hart needs him to try his best to appeal to that younger audience. It's the same thing with Snoop Dogg. It's the same thing with all of these guys. You know, the guy that does the videos with the phone where he's like, hey, come here for a second. Like, so many people have latched on to him. It's sad. I just be sitting there looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, what's so funny about this shit is if you don't go viral, these celebrities don't give a fuck about you. Like, bro, a lot of these damn celebrities, they're like parasites. They will do anything in their power to hang on to fame, to hang on to relevancy, to hang on to any type of clout. This shit is pathetic, bro. Like, that's the one thing I can say I honestly respect about Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington don't do that goofy shit. Like, he know his lane. You feel me? In fact, I was thinking about it today. Like, I was thinking about how yesterday I was crashing out a little bit. I was crashing out. I was crashing out a little bit.
I've been doing it for a long time.
Like, I was crashing out yesterday because I think about how a lot of these celebrities ignore me. A lot of these podcasters that interview everybody ignore me. Like, yo, these niggas will interview Hustle Man and his rapping chihuahua before they interview me. You feel what I'm saying? And today I made up my mind. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be one of them dudes like you know how you had some celebrities back in the day, they refused to do interviews? Like, they wouldn't do an interview with nobody, right? But they were the type of celebrities that had grew so big that they could do that, right? Because people were demanding them. I sat there and thought to myself, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I said, I'm going to grind my ass off and I'm going to do everything in my power to get as popular as I fucking can. And once I do, and the parasites start beating down the door, the parasites start sending the emails, you know what I'm going to tell them, motherfuckers? I'm going to tell them, keep that same energy you had when you niggas was ignoring me. Keep that same motherfucking energy that you had when niggas was ignoring me. Keep that same fucking energy. That's what I'm gonna tell them. Like, for real. That's what I'm gonna tell them. Because the crazy shit is, they don't, like, none of those individuals believe in anybody. They're fake. They're phony, right? If they believed in somebody, they wouldn't wait until you go viral to fuck with you. They wouldn't do that. You feel me? Like name one celebrity that will see somebody on YouTube that has a fairly small channel and be like, you know what? I like this guy's content. I'm going to give him an opportunity. Or I like this guy's content. I'm going to tell everybody I watch that show. Or I'm going to go do an interview on that show so that this guy can get exposure. None of them do that. None of them fucking do that. What they do is they sit back and they wait until a podcaster goes viral or starts to get a lot of notoriety, starts to get real popular. And then they come sashaying their ass around to try to pretend like they're doing you a favor by collabing with you. Like, I guarantee you Kevin Hart is making Drewski and Kai Cenat feel like, you know, he's doing them a favor by hopping his irrelevant ass on their podcast. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, bruh. But, you know, not to go off on too much of a rant when it comes to that. And I mean what I said. Any one of you celebrities that disagree with what I'm saying, hey, I'm here. I'm here for the smoke, but we know you're not going to show up. And the reason why we know you're not going to show up, because everybody ain't talking about me in a positive light. If everybody was talking about me in a positive light, you'd be amazed at how many fucking celebrities would be hitting me up. And by the way, to all of the celebrities that have hit me up in on Instagram, to all of the celebrities that have commented in my comment section, that have hit me up in the DM to say, hey, Angryman, you doing your thing, man. I'll be watching you, whatever. Salute to y'all. Y'all the real ones. Y'all the real ones. You feel me? And I ain't going to put y'all on blast by putting your names out there or whatever, but y'all the real ones. There's a lot of phony celebrities out here. You feel me? Like, matter of fact, I'm gonna give you one name. Right? And I'm gonna call him out again. When I did that post about Sunshine, right? And everybody got their panties in a bunch about it. You feel me? Those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, if you remember the movie Harlem Nights, you know, you remember the actress that played the woman that said if you threw her box up in the air to turn into sunshine, right? So I did a post. I didn't say anything derogatory about her. I just made a facial reaction to a current video of her because she's gotten, you know, she's become Rubenesque. Okay, that's the positive way of saying it, right? Now, in all fairness, she does have a health issue, so you know it is what it is. But I was shocked to see that she had gotten so Rubenesque. Okay, and I made a facial reaction. I didn't say anything, but it was enough to piss off Black Hollywood. Okay, it was enough to piss off Black Hollywood. You got all kinds of people in the comment section. Brandon T. Jackson had a lot to say, and now I know the reason why he had a lot to say. He was clout chasing. He was trying to promote the show that they had coming out where it's some goofy show on BET Plus where, you know, she plays his mother in the show or whatever. And I was like, okay, that's why he's mad about the shit or whatever, right? He even ran over to his Instagram and tried to promote his shit, you know, off of the back of my viral video, right? There was a lot of people in the comment section, a lot of notable people, you know, that play on a lot of different shows, some R&B singers, you know who you are, right? Even Sukiana was in the comment section. She didn't say anything negative, which is amazing. It's really amazing. You know, when it comes to somebody like Sukiana, as crass as her music is, and derogatory as, you know, her image is, a lot of times she do decent shit. It's starting to make me feel like she's not who she's portraying herself to be, right? So shout out to Sukiana. Never thought I'd be saying that. But Pierre, comedian Pierre, you had a lot to say. You had a lot to say, bro. I called your high yellow ass out. I said, come to the show and tell me what I said wrong. You ignored that. And recently, I see you in my comment section again under a different post agreeing with something that I said. Like, when are y'all gonna stop being gatekeepers? For you to still be in my comment section, that lets me know you watch me on a regular basis, but refuse to acknowledge who the fuck I am, bro. Stop being a gatekeeper. All you had to do was come over here to the show and we could have had a conversation about it. That's all. I felt like the only thing I needed to do was extend the invitation. You feel me? You're starting to get on my nerves. You're making me feel like I need to chop it up with Uncle Jeff. He probably know you. Probably got your number. You feel me? Because there's dudes that I be calling out, and you niggas be trying to act like you don't know who the fuck I am. I'm looking at you, DL Hughley. I'm looking at you, Ricky Smiley. Okay? There's only 1 degree of separation between us. I got a cousin in Birmingham. I know he cool with you, Ricky Smiley. I know y'all tight. DL Hughley, I know you did business with Uncle Jeff. I don't know if y'all still cool, but yeah, I know y'all be watching my shit. Stop playing with me. Like, stop playing with me, bro. And I'm going to tell y'all, the reason why you have these gatekeepers, and trust me, this is on topic. I know some of y'all like, what the hell did this got to do with N3on and the Breakfast Club? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Just stick with me. You feel me? Stick with me. I'm going somewhere with this. Pierre, all you had to do was come over here to the channel, bro. All you had to do was come to the channel. That's all you had to do. All you had to do was come to the channel. That's it. That's it. We could have chopped it up. We could have hashed it out. We could have had a whole discussion about it. And probably would have been cool after that. You know, us light-skinned folks got to stick together. But you trying to be a gatekeeper. You feel me? You could have came over here, and then you could have had me on your show. But no. Negroes don't want to do proper business. You feel me? Shout out to Dark Power in the building. Shout out to Andre. He said leeches always latch on to something striving. Yeah. Shout out to James. James said the House passed the bill. Wealth transfer begins. Yeah. Shout out to Mario, said if you were for the left, they'd be all over you, AM. I know. If I was left leaning and a Democrat, bro, niggas would be interviewing me left and right. I'd be everywhere. I would be everywhere. I'd be everywhere. Do you really think, let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. We know these individuals have seen me. And how do we know these individuals have seen me? Well, the exposure is too much. Okay? I've got over 70 shorts that have millions of views. 70 of them. 70 shorts that have millions of views. So they've definitely seen me, right? So now the question is, why would they ignore me? Why would they overlook me, or why would they gatekeep, right? If they thought I was a joke, they wouldn't. If they thought I was a joke, if they felt like I wasn't a threat, they wouldn't. But they ain't stupid. They done seen them YouTube shorts. They done came over here and checked out the podcast. They know I'm a sharp individual. They know if I come on that show and we get into a back and forth, and look, I'm wondering if I'm gonna get invited back to Fox Soul, because you know we almost had a little dust up there. When Shorty interrupted me, and I was like, well, you can disagree, but you can wait till I finish before you disagree and not interrupt me. Like we almost had a little dust up. We almost had a little dust up. You feel what I'm saying? So I gotta wonder. I gotta wonder. I gotta wonder if they go and fight a nigga back. I gotta wonder if they gonna invite a nigga back. You feel me? Shout out to Martin. He said, watched A Soldier Story after last night's stream. Great movie. Not having is not an excuse for not getting. Facts. Facts. So, what does this have to do with N3on on The Breakfast Club? I'm going to tell you what this has to do with it. If N3on was a streamer that had 100,000 followers or 100,000 subscribers, The Breakfast Club wouldn't give a shit about what he's doing or what he said to this one or what he said to that one. See, what you have to realize is them bringing him on to The Breakfast Club to call out his alleged racism and to call him out for what he said about Kai Cenat. They don't give a damn about whether or not N3on is racist. They don't give a damn about whether or not N3on said something derogatory about Kai Cenat's mama. They know he has a massive following. The only reason they're having him on that show is so they can try to siphon some of that energy, so they can try to shout out to Kelson, appreciate you. Them having N3on on that show, because let's be real, N3on does not fit the typical profile of the people they have on that show. Like, let's not get it twisted. The Breakfast Club is an echo chamber. Plain and simple. It is an echo chamber. Let's be real. They rarely ever have someone come on to that show that disagrees with them. You feel what I'm saying? Especially recently, because who went up there? Larry Elder went up there and smoked them. Laura Trump? Was it Laura Trump that went up there and smoked them? Like, Candace Owens went up there and smoked them. Like, every time they have someone from the right or someone that is more right-leaning go up there, they get smoked. They get smoked. Byron Donald smoked them. Like, they get smoked every time somebody, like, their platform is not a platform for disagreeing and dissension. It's not. They want somebody to come up there that's going to agree with everything they agree with. They want somebody to come up there and agree that systemic racism is still a problem, even though every last one of them sitting up there work for white folk. I'm going to say that again. They want people to come on that show that's going to agree that systemic racism is the biggest problem facing America today, even though every last one of them sitting up there working for white folk. You know, the hypocrisy. You feel what I'm saying? They want folks that's going to come up there that's going to agree that Barack Obama was the second coming of Jesus Christ. They want somebody that's going to come up there that's going to agree that every black person should be a Democrat. They want somebody that's going to come up there and agree that Kamala Harris really did listen to Tupac when she was in college, even though when she was in college, Tupac was 6 years old. They want folks that's going to come up there that's going to pander to the left and agree with all of the goofy shit that is inside of the unspoken Negro contract. They are a bunch of tap dancing coons and buffoons. I said it. I don't care. I'm never going to be on the Breakfast Club. And I'm not saying I'll never be on there because I'm not big enough. I'm big enough now to be on there. I'm big enough now to be on there. But there's a reason they're never going to have me on the Breakfast Club. They're never going to have me on the Breakfast Club because unlike N3on, they not going to be able to talk to me like that. Which was the one thing that I found to be egregious. Okay? Now, keep in mind, this is not me defending N3on as much as this is me hating bullies. The way Jess Hilarious and Charlemagne the God set up there and antagonized that dude who obviously didn't want no problems. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. Why you don't have that same smoke for 50, Charlemagne? 50 has said some heinous shit. 50 trolls the hell out of everybody. Why you don't have that same energy for 50? Because you know better. Because you know better. See, I'm going to tell you the one thing I never liked, ever, right? Because I've always had non-black friends. I've had black friends and non-black friends, right? One thing I never liked is when someone black thinks that they can punk someone who's non-black simply because they're non-black. And that's exactly what was going on in that interview, if you sit back and watch it. Here you have a young dude that doesn't have no street credibility. He's not from the hood. He's not ghetto. He's not black. And it's like, okay, Breakfast Club, we're going to take out all of our racist frustration on him. Because make no mistake about it, the shit they was doing up there was racist. I don't give a damn how black they asses are. It was racist. They was asking them questions, bro. Let me tell you some of the questions they asked this dude. They asked him, is black people your least favorite race? I would have looked at them and been like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, he should have cooked their ass. Like, and this is what's so funny about this, right? They're up there talking to him crazy. And I guess they're watching the chat room as they're doing the show, whatever, right? Aiden Ross jumps in the comment section and starts cooking the Breakfast Club. And they try to act like Aiden Ross was irrelevant. And I'm sitting here like, they really don't know that streamers like Aiden Ross, N3on, Kai Cenat, I Show Speed, they really don't know that those individuals are more relevant than your goofy little radio show. I don't think they realize, you feel me? The Breakfast Club is like the chick that is 5 years late for the prom. Bro, the Joe Budden podcast is more relevant than the Breakfast Club. Do y'all realize that? Joe Budden, the Joe Budden podcast is more relevant than the Breakfast Club. Like, at the end of the day, matter of fact, Fresh and Fit is more relevant than the Breakfast Club. Way more relevant. Way more relevant. Like, I could run down the list. Whatever podcast is more relevant than the Breakfast Club. Like, nobody gives a shit about the Breakfast Club. The only thing we do with the Breakfast Club is we sit back and we watch them crash out. We watch them do some of the goofiest shit we've ever seen in this world. And look, I got news for you, Breakfast Club. When you got Just Hilarious on the show, that shit wasn't going to save it. That wasn't going to save it. That wasn't going to save it. At all. That wasn't going to save it. That show is corny. It's corny. And part of the reason it's corny is because, one, it's an old format that doesn't work anymore. Okay? Radio been dead. Radio been dead. Radio is done. Radio, I don't know nobody. Let me tell you something. Do y'all listen to the radio? Are there any of you in here that listen to the radio? The only time I listen to the radio used to be when I got in my car. Now I don't because I got Spotify. Like, I don't. Nobody listens to the radio. Radio is done. If people rarely watch regular network television, they damn sure don't watch the radio. I mean, don't listen to the radio. And people just don't realize that shit is over. That time is over. It's done. It's done. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm loving it. You know the reason why I'm loving it? I'm loving how this old legacy media is done. Nigga, because I'm the new media. I'm the new media. And what I have to say is a hell of a lot more interesting, a hell of a lot more relevant than their recanned bullshit. Because that's all it is. It's recanned bullshit. And by the way, shout out to my man for sending me that clip. You know some well-known gatekeepers slipped up today, right? Was it today? Did they do the show today? Some well-known gatekeepers slipped up today. What'd they slip up and say? Listen to this.
And I know you watched some of that, and Barack, you are well aware of it, but you know, the show has created a lot of conversation in terms of how do you raise emotionally intelligent boys and what we get right and what we get wrong, not just among boys, but kids in general.
Same neighborhoods where you guys grew up, but the chances of possibly getting shot or the chances of, some other terrible thing happening are higher. And I think that affected everybody's parenting, and it affected how we handle kids, right? So that now suddenly, instead of just saying, all right, get out of here and come back for dinner time, now it's a play date. And where are you? And do we know the parents where you're playing? And so on and so forth.
We see a good example in it in one of my favorite shows on Netflix that has become the topic of conversation amongst a lot of people, particularly in Black homes.
It's just regular kids.
It's just regular kids that reflects all of our lives in real ways. And I know you watched some of that, and Barack, you are well aware of it, but the show has created a lot of conversation in terms of how do you raise emotionally intelligent boys and what we get right and what we get wrong, not just among boys, but kids in general.
We watched it as a family. We watched the whole series as a family and enjoyed it a lot. It was really fun to hear the boys talk about, oh, you guys would have done that, or you guys wouldn't have done that. That was eye-opening as a parent. Because
they're evaluating it.
They've got the little checklist. They're evaluating our parenting, or they're evaluating their parenting based on their own.
That's the crazy. That's the crazy thing Dad would do.
But this brings me back to Emma. Emma's trying to raise these boys, and so she's trying to be somewhere between Forever and then the other show that people are talking about, Adolescence, which I haven't watched yet, which it gets into sort of the misogyny that young boys are exposed to.
And the online,
the manosphere.
They're getting their parenting.
They're getting their
Did he say what I think he just said? Did he say what I think he just said? Did y'all hear that? Or was it just me? Did y'all hear that, or was it just me?
To
and the online, the manosphere. They're getting their parenting.
So that's the crazy. That's the crazy thing Dad would do.
Yeah. And it's so it's to
and the online.
And it's so. But this brings me back to Emma. Emma's trying to raise these boys, and so she's trying to be somewhere between Forever and then the other show that people are talking about, Adolescence, which I haven't watched yet, which it gets into sort of the misogyny that young boys are exposed to,
and the online,
the manosphere.
They're getting their parenting.
You want to know what's hilarious to me? Now, see, her brother, he doesn't know any better. Because you would have never heard that word come out of Michelle or Barack's mouth. Now, for those of you that don't know, this is Michelle's podcast. This is an episode that they aired today. They must really be getting desperate because they done had Barack Obama come on the show. I guess to try to dispel any rumors of them breaking up or whatever, right? It's hilarious to me that those of us that don't want to adhere to this new watered down version of what feminists and liberals think masculinity should be, we just automatically have to be misogynist. It is so disgusting. And it's part of the reason why someone like me doesn't get invited to certain shows, because I can dismantle that argument in my sleep, right? Because you cannot be a group of people that are running around on a regular basis screaming about tolerance, screaming about social acceptance, screaming about everybody's right to live the way they want to live, to be what they want to be. If you were born a guy and you want to be a girl, you should be able to do that. If you were born a girl and you want to be a guy, you should be able to do that. If you were born a human and you want to be a animal, you should be able to do that. This same group of people are some of the most bigoted and discriminatory people when it comes to those of us that want to continue to function the way we did when shit was normal. So the version of masculinity that I grew up with, that I saw amongst my uncles and my father, that's got to be wrong. Why? Because you say so? And the hilarious part about it is they want to try to use terms to try to make it sound good, to try to wrap it up in a nice, neat bow. They'll say stuff like, well, the way to raise boys with emotional intelligence and this, that, and the third. It's like, yo, bro, that's why I hate hearing those trigger words, because I know the moment I hear those trigger words, I know there's some gaslighting involved in that discussion. I know there's some manipulation involved in that discussion. I know you're coming with some bullshit. And we're going to have to unpack it and unravel it for what it really is. Because to be truthfully honest, what they have been trying their best to do, all of these individuals, they've been trying their best to train boys to be these docile males that allow women to just run over them. And we understand why this is. This is so that the men at the top can be comfortable at the top. Do you realize that right now in 2025, the average 20-year-old male has the testosterone of a 70-year-old male from back in the day. The men of today, by the standard of manhood, what your testosterone is supposed to be, 20-year-olds today have the testosterone of a 77-year-old man. Just let that sink in for a second. You let that sink in for a second, and you start to get a really good idea of why a lot of the shit that is going on, why it is so easy for feminists and liberals to browbeat these men into goofy shit. Do you realize back in the day, if they would have said, you know, well, the problem is we need to teach these boys emotional intelligence. Back in the day, you know what the men would have said to that? They'd have said, no, what you need to do is get your titty out of the boy's mouth and let him grow up and be a man. We would have shut down that emotional intelligence conversation so fast, it would have made your damn head spin. And there's a reason why that is necessary. There's a reason why. And, you know, they'll try to label this misogyny. They'll try to label it misogyny. It's not. And I'm going to tell you why it's not. You know when emotional intelligence, or what they call emotional intelligence, which, you know, it's a pseudo, it's a word for a pseudo version of maturity. It's emotional intelligence when they're using it and weaponizing it. As far as I can tell, what it basically means is you're mature, but you're doing everything in your power to tamp down your actual masculinity so that you're not deemed toxic. That's really what emotional maturity means, right? I mean, emotional intelligence means, right? Because let's be real, how emotionally intelligent are women? I see videos all day, every day of women walking around hitting grown men. How emotionally intelligent is that, right? But what they want to do is they want boys to be less aggressive, less dominant, so that, one, they're not a threat to the establishment. They're not a threat to the people that are, you know, comfortably seated in power. And two, for feminist purposes, they're not dominant in relationships, which means the women can run the show. But here's the interesting thing about this. Emotional intelligence would get your ass kicked in a fight. Emotional intelligence would prohibit you from sufficiently protecting your family as a man. Emotional intelligence would cost you your life in the theater of war. If you were running around screaming about emotional intelligence and this country was invaded by enemy combatants, you're done. You're done. And the reason why is because emotional intelligence, the way they use it, when the moment of truth comes and it's time for you to defend yourself and your family and your land and your country, and you have to make the decision to take a life, emotional intelligence is going to have your ass hesitating. Emotional intelligence is going to make those actions seem questionable to you, and you don't have time to think like that. All of this shit that you hear these useful idiots trying to train us men to do is to soften us up so that other countries can conquer us. I don't care what nobody say. But I tell you this, I don't care how much you get on these podcasts screaming about misogyny, emotional intelligence. Well, I'm going to be a man. I'm going to be a man all the days of my life. This new version of men that you're trying your best to promote, the men of today didn't build this world. The men of today didn't conquer this world. The men of today didn't invent the marvels that changed the world. The men of today did not defend this world. The men of today are merely the recipients of what real men did and real men accomplished. And guess what? Here's a bombshell for you. The men of the past would have never accomplished it if they were built like we're built today. The men of the past would have never accomplished it had they not told their women to go have several seats while I build this world. You think the women of the past wasn't nagging them and trying to convince them that they need to do this way or do this that way? But the men of the past told them, look, shut up. Have a seat. And that's exactly what they did. And the reason why is because the world was a lot harsher. And they needed those men in order to survive. See, the reason why the women of today constantly give you their behind the kiss and don't want to listen to the men of today, because we've succeeded. Man has succeeded. We've made the world so comfortable and safe that the women forgot that they needed us to make the world comfortable and safe in the first damn place. That's why they're running around here acting a damn fool, because the world ain't as dangerous as it used to be. You literally got women all over the internet talking about they don't need a man, which is the most ridiculous statement anybody has ever said in the history of history. Because to be truthfully honest, not only do women need men, men need men. The human species needs men to survive. And I'm not even talking about from the biological standpoint. I'm talking about from the civilization standpoint. If it were not for men, we wouldn't even be where we're at right now. If it wasn't for men, women wouldn't even have the luxury of coming on the internet and saying they don't need men. This is the reason why it's a logical fallacy. Without men, they wouldn't even have the luxury of being able to say they don't need men. It is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever seen in my life. But they just keep pushing this narrative. And a lot of men have fallen for it. I'm not going to front. A lot of dudes have fallen for it, right? But to get back to my point, not to veer off too far, the reason why you see Michelle Obama, Barack Obama doing this podcast is because they're smart enough to know that that's where the relevancy is at. The reason why you see the Breakfast Club trying to latch on to people like N3on and trying to make viral moments is because they are fighting tooth and nail to stay relevant. Because if what they were doing was working, they wouldn't be switching up. They wouldn't be switching up. Like if you go look at their interview now, they trying to, like, radio shows typically have sets, right? Where they got one area they keep the cameras on all the time, right? And they have that set up looking a certain way on purpose, right? To get the best shot they can get. These fools are trying their best to innovate so badly that they got the camera from every damn angle that's making them look goofy as hell. And they don't get it. They don't understand why YouTube works. They don't understand why podcasting works. Where radio no longer does, where television no longer does, where movies no longer do. But I know the secret. I know the reason. I know the reason. Press 1 if you want to know the reason. Press a 1 in the chat if you want to know the reason. The reason is because of what I just did just now. Back in the day when you had radio, you had music and you had radio shows, right? You sat there, you listened to the radio. If it was a radio show, like a story or something, you had to use your imagination. But it wasn't a conversation. The radio talked to you and you listened. If there was going to be a conversation, it was going to have to be had between you and anybody else sitting there listening to the radio show. Then came along TV. When TV came along, you no longer had to imagine what you were listening to. You could actually watch what you were listening to. But still, the TV was talking to you. Wasn't a conversation. It's just one way, right? When YouTube came along, YouTube gave you something that the TV didn't. It gave you access to media on demand. You come to YouTube and look for the shows you want to watch, and you can watch the replay or, whatever, right? This is the reason why, in my opinion, streaming had to become a thing. In order for regular television to compete with YouTube, you have to have streaming. Because the old way of watching television is, Perfect Strangers is coming on at 8 p.m. I don't remember if that was the exact time, but that's just an example. You knew it was coming on at 8 p.m. So you had to be parked in front of that TV at 8 p.m. If you want to watch the Angryman, Angryman, if Angryman is going live at 9 o'clock, you can watch me then, or you can come and watch the replay. You're not constrained. You're not held to a schedule just to watch TV. You watch it whenever you feel like it, right? That was the first thing that changed the game. Now, the moment we started live streaming and you can be in the chat having conversations with each other about what the podcaster is talking about, what the live streamer is talking about, but you can also talk to the live streamer. So now media has become a two-way conversation. Not only are you watching me, but you're able to interact with me in real time. You're able to have a conversation with me in real time. You're able to challenge what I'm saying in real time instead of just having to accept whatever I say to you. But places like the Breakfast Club, they're still trying to do shit the old way. Taking phone calls. Why would you want to have to dial into a radio show hoping that the lines aren't tied up? And even if the lines are tied up, even if the lines aren't tied up, you got to wait and hope. You feel me? So you call into a radio show, you sitting there, you don't know how long you're going to wait. You might have to wait 20 minutes to get onto that show just to be allowed to speak for a couple of seconds. So you got to invest 20 minutes of your time, 20, 30 minutes of your time, and there's no guarantee that you're even going to get through. Meanwhile, you come to YouTube to watch your favorite YouTuber, you ain't got to wait in no damn line to have a conversation. You ain't got to wait 20 minutes and then hope that maybe the person on the show might get to hear your question or your comment. No. You can come to this show while I go live, and if you really, really want your question answered, you can put it in a super chat right away, and boom, I'm going to see it. I'm going to read it out loud. I'm going to say your name, and then I'm going to ask you a question. They don't get this. And I'm going to be truthfully honest. There's a lot of fucking YouTubers that don't get this. And that's the reason why. Like, watch this. I'm going to show y'all something. How many times have you guys went to a YouTube channel? It's a popular YouTube show. You go over there, and they're doing the show as if they're a TV show from back in the day, or as if they're a talk show from back in the day, which means they ain't even paying attention to the chat. How frustrated do you get when you try to make a comment in the chat in reference to what they're talking about and they just ignore it? Or you super chat and they wait so long to read your super chat that by the time they read it, you done moved on to 2 different topics. And speaking of, shout out to Brandon. Brandon said, for the show, fam, love the work you're putting in towards the show and fans. BINO, appreciate you. Shout out to Cutie Exec, said N3on got the smoke that was meant for Kai over the Target stream. They are aura farming, off of N3on. He's not even like that. Bullied that kid. Yeah, they bullied him. Akiak said, trying to punk somebody just because they non-black. I never liked that either. And I know a few dudes like that. I'd be like, y'all gonna try the wrong white boy one day. Notice how you rarely see them doing that to Latinos, though. Yeah, because they know better. Because they know better. Shout out to Andrew, said masculinity isn't meant to be kind. It's meant to be brutal truth, honesty, and getting things done regardless of feelings. Shout Shout out to JM said they start early diagnosing potential alpha males with ADHD as a kid and medicating the hell out of them. Yeah, they do. Shout out to Issa P said gotta support on this real shit.
$50 boss up. Stack up and match up.
Yeah, and for the record, I go look, when I'm cooking. So I'll let the super chats build up now that I finally figured out a way to have the messages, you know, line up for me. But I try not to wait too long to read the super chats. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be reading the super chat and we've moved on to another topic and now I don't even remember what we were talking about when you asked the question or when you made the statement. You feel me? But there's a lot of YouTubers that do that. There's a lot of YouTubers that are living out their TV show dreams on YouTube or their radio show dreams on YouTube. And look, I'm not going to front. I'm one of them. When I was younger, I wanted a radio show. I wanted to have a TV talk show when I was younger, right? But in knowing that, I also have to check my ego and check myself and understand that even though I would have wanted to do that in the 90s, this ain't the 90s. This ain't the 90s. You feel me? I have to make my show based on the innovation of today. So I can't sit up here and just do a talk show as if I don't have a chat room to converse with. But there's a lot of people that do that shit. They're ego driven. You know what I'm saying? They'll sit up there and they'll do their show and won't even acknowledge the chat room. And look, some people can get away with that shit because they're popular enough to get away with it. Club Shay Shay, he can get away with that. Him and Ocho can sit up there and chew the fat and run their mouth like they on ESPN and pretend like they don't even see the chat, right? But guess what? That's the main reason why they'll never get a dime of my money. It's not because I got something against them. I'm not gonna go over there and drop 100 in a super chat because my thought process is if it's $100, they'll read it, and then they don't read it. Could you imagine going over there and dropping $100 because you want your comment read or your question answered, and they don't even read the shit? Now, you look at somebody like Aiden Ross or Kai Sanat or I Show Speed, you know, they're younger. They know how to do media in this modern day, which is why even though they have a ridiculous chat with so many people talking, they will try to speak to the things that people are saying in the chat. They will try to address, like, if somebody says something in the chat, they'll be like, they'll acknowledge it, right? They can't acknowledge everybody, but they'll, you know, and what they do with the donations is they put they turn on the text to speech. So whenever they get a notification, it just reads it out loud, right? Which is cool, but you know, I found out back in the day that that's not a good thing because people will use that shit to troll you. You know what I'm saying? People knowing that the text to speech is on, they'll super chat just to say some wild shit on your channel. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I used to do it too. I used to have the text to speech, but I had to turn that off, right? But I'm saying all of this to say that people like N3on, Kai Sanat, I Show Speed, you know, even myself and other individuals in these spaces, Anton Daniels, lead attorney, Coach Greg Adams, We're the new media. We're the new media. Us and all the other countless content creators, regardless of the size of their channel, whether your channel is millions of subscribers or your channel is under 10,000 subscribers, it doesn't matter. We're the new media. We're the new media. If you go live and there's only 6 people watching you, don't feel bad, because that's 6 people that would rather watch you than TV. Okay? You gotta look at it like that. If you go live and there's 10 people watching you, there's 10 people in the chat, that's 10 people that would rather watch you than watch streaming services, television. They would rather do that. You understand? That's just the reality. You're the new media. You're the new media. And guess what? The moment you start realizing that and take the shit seriously, guess what? You'll have a hell of a lot more than 10 people watching you. Because I know the secret to this shit. I know the secret. I know the secret. I know the secret. Y'all want to know the secret? Do y'all want to know the secret of being a successful content creator? It's 2 things. It's authenticity and accessibility. Authenticity and accessibility. If you get up here doing shows and you're just topic based, meaning you get up here and let's say the topic is Shaquille O'Neal defends Angel Reese, right? If you get up here and all you talk about is just the topic, you just stick to the topic, right? You just completely stick to the topic. 9 times out of 10, you're going to struggle as a content creator. If you come up here and the topic is Shaquille O'Neal defends Angel Reese, and that's all you talk about. In other words, you never get personal. You never get personal. You never, because it's one, it's you authentically being yourself. In other words, you don't give the politically correct opinion about Angel Reese and Shaq. You give your genuine opinion about it. So that's number 1. You give your genuine opinion about it. You say what you really think. Now, you can clean it up. You ain't got to be vulgar, but you say what you really think. You don't sit back and say, okay, well, everybody agrees with Shaq, so I'm going to agree with Shaq. No, if you genuinely don't agree with Shaq, then that's what you say. That's you being authentic. That's you being you. So 1, you have authenticity, and then 2, accessibility. The people that watch you, they want to know who you are. That's part of the reason they want your genuine opinion. See, the things that I do on my channel that people think is crashing out, the things I do on my channel that people think is too much, it's part of what works. It is part of what works. I let you guys into my world. Now, you look at somebody like Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross or I Show Speed. You want to know why it works even more for them? Because of the amount of accessibility they give you. See, I don't give y'all 100% accessibility into my world. Okay? I give y'all probably about 50% accessibility into my world, right? 50% is what I give y'all. 50% is what I'm comfortable with. People like Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross and I Show Speed, they give you 90% accessibility to their world. They are truly, like, I've sat back and studied these dudes, these younger dudes. I've studied them, right? They're the definition of get it how you live. I Show Speed will just go and do shit, and he'll just have a camera guy just follow him around. This is the new media. And the reason why a lot of people are not good at this is because a lot of people are not comfortable letting the world into their world. A lot of people are not comfortable allowing the world into their private world. I have the level of success of a person that allows 50% accessibility. 50%. That level of success would probably go up more if I vlogged more. If I vlogged more. Like if I had somebody walk around with me on my day-to-day basis, in addition to doing live streams. So when I'm not live streaming, I'm going around, I got somebody following me recording like I'm a reality TV show. Bruh, you would see a tremendous, you would see another bump in growth. Because that's what it is. That's what it is. And here's the reality about this. Charlemagne doesn't do that. Jess Hilarious doesn't do that. DJ Envy doesn't do that. Hell, a lot of celebrities don't do that. And the reason why a lot of celebrities don't do that is because they got some shit to hide. So a lot of celebrities are not authentic. And a lot of them are not going to give you accessibility to their world. Okay? Now, when you look at the ones that have remained relevant in the internet age, they're the ones that give you access. You look at somebody like 50 Cent. How did 50 remain relevant for so long? Because he gives you access. You know what's going on with him. He's constantly posting on social media. He's constantly vlogging, constantly like giving you content. Same thing with Drake. He's constantly giving you content. You know who doesn't give you content like that? Kendrick Lamar. And that's why he'll never be as successful as Drake in this age. He'll never be as... Kendrick Lamar is trying to operate the way niggas operated back in the day, living very privately. And that's his right. But when he's competing with somebody like Drake, he's not going to be able to compete with him. He's not going to be able to do it. Because Drake is operating the way... Drake, you'll see Aiden Ross on FaceTime with Drake. On an Aiden Ross stream. Drake is going to go do his concerts and he's going to have people record it and he's going to post it on all social media. If he's hanging out at a restaurant, he's going to snap pictures of the restaurant, random things, and he's going to post that shit. You're going to see him in somebody's comment section. You're going to see, like, he's going to remain relevant in this day and age. That's what this shit is about. It's about being authentically you and giving the world accessibility to the authentically you. That's the secret. That's the secret sauce. But the reason why it'll never work for most people, because they can't do it. They can't do it. You look over there at N3on, right? How much access does N3on give you to his world? How much access does he give you? Give you loads of access. So guess what? He's over there being who he is, regardless of what people agree with or don't agree with. And he's giving you access to his world while he's authentically being him. So guess what? You get invested. You get invested in the story of Anton Daniels. The same way you get invested in a show. But the difference is when you get invested in a show, the show only continues as long as there are writers. The show only continues as long as it's getting renewed for a new season. The show only continues because of that. Anton's show continues until he's no longer here. So even if you're invested in Anton's story, and let's say in 2026 you get bored and you don't want to watch N3on, that ain't going to stop Anton's show. His show's going to continue on. And guess what? In 2027 or late 2026, you might be like, you know what? Let me go see what N3on doing. And you'll go and then you'll be just as invested again as you were before, because the show didn't stop. It continued going. It's the same thing with me. There's people that stop watching me, and then a couple years later, I'll see them in the chat. Like, shit, ain't nothing changed but the motherfucking weather. Same toilet, different shit. That's the secret. That's the secret. Most people think the secret is, oh, I gotta have the best content in the world. Oh, I gotta have celebrity guests. Oh, I gotta do this. No. The secret is you have to authentically be you. And if you being authentic is something people like, that is going to determine your level of success as a content creator. That's going to determine your level of success or how fast you become successful. So if you're being authentically yourself and you start doing shows and streams, if people love you, you'll blow up fast. If people can't stand you, you're going to struggle. But even if people can't stand you and you struggle, you still ain't out of the game, because all you got to do is be consistent. All you got to do is consistently be you and consistently grant accessibility. And you know what'll happen? You will accumulate the people that do like you, because you're being broadcast to the entire fucking world. So out of the billions of people in this world, do you honestly think you can't find 100 people that like you? You can't find 1,000 people that like you? You can't find 10,000 people that like you? Come on, fam. I found hundreds of thousands that like me. enough to subscribe, enough to watch. See, the Breakfast Club, really, to be truthfully honest, they, just like so many other individuals, right? They're angry with this new form of media. And the reason why is because of all of the work they had to put in to get to where they're at. They had to bow, they had to bend, they had to scrape, they had to suck up to people, they had to kiss people's asses, they had to do all types of wild shit to get to their position. In order for people to know who Charlemagne is, he had to be Wendy Williams' flunky for a minute. So all of them in Hollywood and celebrities, they feel like they paid their dues. See, he had to go through all of that shit. The only thing Angryman had to do to be known was get on the mic and say some real shit. That's all I had to do. I didn't have to kiss nobody's ass. I didn't have to suck up to nobody. I didn't have to bend, bow, and scrape. I didn't have to do none of that. I didn't have to do none of that. All I had to do was fire up a YouTube live stream and talk my shit. And so because of that, people like the Breakfast Club, people like Joe Budden, people like, there's even people that are podcasters that feel that way. You feel me? They'll look at somebody like me and say, oh, well, you didn't pay your dues. You didn't do it. You didn't have to go through what we had to go through. So that makes you less relevant. If you think for 1 second that the Joe Buddens of the world, the Breakfast Clubs and individuals like that, if you think for 1 second that they don't resent people like Kai Cenat and I Show Speed, you've lost your rabbit ass mind. They resent the hell out of them. They resent smaller guys like me. That's the reason why they gatekeep. That's the reason why they gatekeep. That is the entire reason why they gatekeep, because they feel like a lot of us in this new form of media, we didn't earn it. That's how they feel. That's how they feel. They in their fifis about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it terrifies them that someone that didn't have to go through what they went through may be better than them. You feel me? And look, I'm going to tell you the truth. To Joe Budden and all the other individuals like that, bro, the feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. Because the same way you feel like I didn't earn it to be in media, I feel like you didn't earn your spot in this new media. I feel like you cheated. So yeah, it matters what your perspective is or the position that you're coming from. So you are from legacy media and you've transitioned into this new age media. I'm not from legacy media. I'm from the new age media. And in the new age media, I did pay my dues. In the new age media, I grinded my ass off. I didn't rely on previous fame in order to have a poppin' show. See, the question is, if Joe Budden hadn't been a rapper, if Joe Budden hadn't already been in legacy media and already been somewhat famous, somewhat popular, would your podcast be popping? That's the question. If you had to start from zero, like the rest of us, see, while you look at a Kai Cenat and feel like he didn't pay any dues, I look at you and say, you wouldn't have been able to do what Kai Cenat did. Not from zero. You wouldn't have been able to do what Aiden Ross did. You wouldn't have been able to do what I Show Speed did. And you're not the only one. There's a few of you rappers, you has-beens that are no longer relevant that have tried your hand at podcasting and the shit didn't last. Because everybody ain't built for this shit. Hell, a lot of y'all, you jump out here podcasting, you're still using the tools of legacy media. You'll sit there and record it, and then you'll have some production company do all of the edits for you and shit. Most of you can't do this. What I'm doing right now, most of you can't do this. You can't fire up a live stream and entertain an audience for hours. You can't do it. You can't do it. You don't have the charisma. You don't have the personality. You don't have the skill to do it. A lot of you celebrities from legacy media, a lot of you entertainers, we can only take y'all in small doses because in actuality, when we finally get to know y'all, you're corny as fuck. You're lame as hell. You don't have personality. And then we start to realize the glitz and glamour of Hollywood is all a fucking illusion. It's an illusion. They put you on the big screen, or they put you on television, or they put you in a rap deal. They have an entire team of people behind you to make you look a certain way. But that's not who you really are. That's not who you really are. You don't have personality like that. You're not him or her. You're not really like that. And the reason I know is because I've sat back and watched you now try to transition into this new media. But the problem with this new media, it's not like the old media. See, the old media hid shit for you. The old media hid your personal life. The old media hid your flaws. The old media had y'all looking like superheroes. Let me tell you something. Y'all look at Will Smith today and y'all look at how lame he is today. And then you say to yourself, damn, man, back in the day, Will used to be cool as hell. No, he wasn't. That was the illusion. He's always been lame. This goofball that you see today, that's who he's always been. Back in the day, Hollywood was able to hide that shit. Publicists, managers, producers, they were able to hide that. They took that cornball, put a bunch of money behind him, and was able to give you a package. Now, this is how you know this, right? Have you ever seen an actor that was phenomenal in a big production movie, and then you see that same actor in a low budget Tubi movie, and you look at him like, damn, this can't be the same actor. Why does their acting skills suck so bad in this Tubi movie, but they were phenomenal in the big budget production? Because it wasn't them. It wasn't them. It was the director pushing them to get the best performance out of them. It was so many factors that weighed into that shit. It isn't until they get to a more lax environment where they're not being pushed that you start to see who they really are. See, the legacy media hid a lot of things. The legacy media would give you the best version of a person. See, this new age media, it exposes you. The things that the legacy media hid, this media shows. So in this day and age, the only way you can really pop and really resonate with the people is you gotta be an authentic person. You can't be a person that got a bunch of goofy quirks that you trying to hide and shit. If you got them goofy quirks, you better show them. You might as well show it, because it's going to come out. It's going to come out. It's gonna come out. And see, the reason why you look at a Will Smith and he seems to be crashing out is because he's trying his best to get the facade back instead of just embracing what he is. You know what the best thing he could have done was, instead of trying to be super positive and not speak on it, the best thing he could have did is right after the slap, that same night, he could have went live on YouTube, Instagram, wherever, and been like, yeah, I slapped him because I got tired of him running his mouth. That's the best thing he could have did. Instead of trying to pretend like, you know, I ain't gonna discuss it. I'm not, it's bad press. He tried to do that old school Hollywood shit. Not realizing, no, nigga, everybody talking about this shit. How the hell you think everybody gonna talk about the shit, but you gonna be quiet about it? No, nigga. No. Hell no. He should have just went ahead. He should have just went ahead and owned that shit. He should have just went ahead and owned it. And let the chips fall where they may. He made it worse by acting like it was nothing. Shout out to Chill Let Go, said keep cooking. Legacy media can't expose themselves. They are too deep and fake. Yeah, like, bro. Shout out to Kelson. He said, cook and salute. Appreciate you. Yo, we need a sponsor. We don't got no sponsors. What's going on? Where's the sponsorship? We need a sponsor. In fact, let me pull this up. I want y'all to hear some of the stuff that was said in that freaking interview. I got some of it queued up. Let's see. I want y'all to hear some of this stuff. Yo, we need a sponsor. Somebody sponsor the show, man. We need a couple of sponsors. If you like the show, hit the Cash App and support the show. If you really like the show, sponsor the show. Let's see.
Never.
Man, so Adin Ross went off on the Breakfast Club. N3on did an interview with him, and Adin Ross was in the comments saying that the Breakfast Club trying to belittle him. His exact words was, F them, they trying to belittle you. You don't need them, you way more lit than they is. Just Hilarious and Charlamagne seen it and they start talking stuff back. I ain't gonna lie, bro, I do feel what Adin Ross saying. It seems like Charlamagne and them be bringing people on the Breakfast Club that they know they don't like. They'll bring them on there and Sleep be talking shit to them the whole time. They basically was throwing little slick shots at him the whole interview. They was bringing up stuff that N3on did as a kid. Just Hilarious talking about you ain't changed, why should we believe you? He responded the right way because it's like, who is you to say if I changed or not? Even if you don't believe he changed, who cares? As long as he know he did and God know, that's all that matter. And one thing you got to give Adin Ross credit for, bro. He always take up for his friends. You can say anything you want about him, but he always take up for his people. Most of the time he don't even be having to. But he still do because he mess with his people. Streamers right now is way more popping than the Breakfast Club. So they already ain't gonna like y'all just off of that. Facts.
I just feel like at the end of the day, you can't hold something against someone if they're changing and becoming a better person. And,
but
and
how
understanding.
do we know you're changing, and how
well,
do you
don't
people to really believe you when you build your whole
I understand
platform
it.
on being.
First of all, who the hell are you, Just Hilarious? Who the fuck made you somebody's judge, jury, and executioner? That's the shit that trips me out. What trips me out is how they're on the show literally judging him like, who put you in that position? You're a goofy ass chick, just like Charlamagne and Envy are goofy ass dudes on a radio show. Who told you you got the right to judge anybody or tell anybody what they should be doing? Fucking cornballs. Shout out to Issa P for being the sponsor of the show. Appreciate you, bro.
matchup.
Like, who the hell, bro? Who in the hell does she think she is? That's my question. That's my question. Who does she think she is? Like, who died and made you the arbiter of how people should function and what people should be saying and doing? That shit is crazy. That shit is nasty work, bro.
A liar. Of course, and no one has to believe me. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to believe me, you don't have to believe me. But if you actually sit down and watch my streams and understand the growth, then you see it. And if you don't, it's fuck you. It's like, at the end of the day, I'm not here to prove anything to people. I can do it the best I can. People could judge me. I don't pick one of the biggest.
Wait, let's get into the chat, because Aiden Ross, there's a comment pending here. He just commented and said, N3on, I promise you they trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You shitting on all of them. They are weird as fuck. Fuck them.
Talking about who?
Here, the chat is live in the Breakfast Club.
He's shitting on them.
Anyway, go ahead.
That's what Aiden Ross.
And this is not Aiden Ross's interview, so fuck him too.
Wait, hold on. We're all friends, okay? You know.
Huge mistake. Huge mistake. That was a huge mistake right there. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
Here, the chat is live in the Breakfast Club.
He's shitting on them.
Anyway, go ahead.
And then Charlemagne gonna try to act like he who he talking about? He talking about you, nigga. Talking about you. Little goofy ass. Yo, shout out to Roderick. He said, King BINO, you changing lives. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Martin. He said, this new trend is what 50 used to always say about Diddy. To be hot, he's got to go stand next to somebody who is hot. Yep. Shout out to Quentin, said support for the show. Appreciate you. Shout out to the Sid Davis show, said they even played into it a little bit in Bad Boys for Life. Mike slapped Marcus when Marcus was freaking out. LOL. Well, no, that wasn't them playing into it. That was Martin literally slapping him for slapping Chris Rock. Because, you know, Martin's a comedian. Martin is a comedian. That's why he did that shit. In fact, I think there's an interview where Martin said that's why he did it. He did that shit for Chris Rock.
Respect you. You shitting on all of them. They are weird as fuck. Fuck them. They trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You shit.
I'm not here to prove anything to people. I can do it the best I can. People could judge me. I don't pick one of the biggest.
Wait, let's get into the chat, because Aiden Ross, there's a comment pending here. He just commented and said, N3on, I promise you they trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You shitting on all of them. They are weird as fuck. Fuck them.
Talking about who?
Here, the chat is live in the Breakfast Club.
He's shitting on them.
Anyway, go ahead.
Charlemagne talking about who? He talking about you. This is the moment. Look, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Watch this.
Talking about who?
Here, the chat is fuck. Fuck them.
Talking about who?
Here, the chat is live in the Breakfast Club.
That right there is the moment. That is the moment where the Breakfast Club, what's the best way to put it? You know how there's people that used to be relevant and they don't realize that they're no longer relevant? That was that moment right there. That was that moment right there. That moment right there was the moment where the Breakfast Club got the reality check that they don't matter. And I don't think they realized it. I don't think they realized it, bro.
He's
Oh,
shitting
boy.
on them.
Anyway, go ahead.
That's what Aiden
But this is not Aiden Ross's interview, so fuck him too.
Wait, hold on. We're all friends, okay? You know, I think.
He pinned the comment is pinned in the chat.
I think-
I'm in the chat with the W.
You feel like we trying to belittle you, Neon?
I think as we should all come together and I'll just spread.
Fuck all that kumbaya shit. Fuck Aiden.
No, wait, all right, come on, that's my guy.
I don't give a fuck. Listen, Hardy Tubman, my aunt, nigga. You think I give a fuck? I don't give a fuck.
But you're comparing something now to like.
I'm not gonna lie, your chat is wild racist. Though.
Yo, they right there. They like,
fuck
they
this
race
black
baby.
bitch, monkey, watermelon, shit emoji.
I'm literally looking and I don't see any of that.
What? They race baiting. Just fuck the short haired monkey. They race baiting. Fuck.
Oh,
the
it's moving
Breakfast
too
Club.
fast. Yeah, whoa. Motherfuckers was here, they wouldn't say it at all. That's another thing about, streaming and just being behind.
You also have to understand this isn't this is the internet. This is not just my chat, my community, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the internet. The internet, just like me back then, would say whatever they want.
Yeah.
So this isn't like a representation.
He almost said the internet is the internet.
But it's funny though because
he almost said the internet is the internet and the chat room is the chat room. Look, you want to know what's funny about this? What's funny about this is the Breakfast Club is sitting there talking about how his chat is wild racist, and N3on has to teach them like they're the fact that he has to teach them like they're elderly. This sounded like when a kid is trying to show their grandparent how to use a tablet for the first time, right? He had to literally say to them, like, them doing all of that in the chat, that's not my community. That's the internet. The fact that he has to explain that to them is crazy, bruh. Like, that's what people do if you have an open chat room where you just let everybody chat. It's gonna be some racist shit in there. It's gonna be some racist shit in there. It's gonna be some toxic shit in there. It's gonna be some derogatory shit. It's gonna be all types of wild shit in there. It's the internet. The internet is the Wild West.
the reality is, I know this is a bunch of kids in here who don't know no better. But if we were really assholes, we wouldn't have had you up here. And as soon as I heard about the Casanat thing, we'd have told you.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Saying that you wouldn't have had him up there if you were assholes, that's not true at all. You could have had him up there just to antagonize him. You could have had him up there just because you want to try to embarrass him. You feel me? You could have had him up there because you just trying to embarrass him or you trying to make a point. So, no. Absolutely not. Who do you think you're fooling? Because you ain't fooling me.
Get the fuck on. I mean, disrespecting somebody's mom and then saying that shit about Harriet Tubman. If we were really being assholes and really trying to belittle you,
I understand that, man. I just feel like at the end of the day, you can't hold something against someone if they're changing and becoming a better person and understanding.
You know you're changing, and how
well, you don't none
to really believe you when you build your whole.
I understand it.
On being a liar.
Of course, and no one has to believe me. And at the end of the day, if you don't want to believe me, you don't have to believe me. But if you actually sit down and watch my streams and understand the growth, then you see it. And if you don't, it's fuck you. It's like at the end of the day, I'm not here to prove anything to people. I can do it the best I can. People can.
What is your least favorite race?
I don't have one.
Be honest.
I don't have one.
So you don't have a least favorite race?
No.
So black people are your least favorite race?
No.
Were they ever?
No.
You see how they're trying to entrap him in some shit? Do you see how they're trying to entrap him in some shit? Like, bruh, like, what's your least favorite race? What? Like, what kind of question is that, bro? Hold on, y'all. We gotta fix this. Let's see. But no, seriously, like what type of question is that? Like who asked those type of questions in an interview? Like what's your least favorite race? What? Like, and the funny thing about it is they really thought that they was gonna trip him up. Like they really thought they was gonna get him to say some extra wild shit so they could jump up there and be like, see, I told you he was racist. I told you what type of time he was on. Shit is crazy.
I love everyone. I'm all about the people.
What is yours?
You need to definitely make that right with Kai.
Oh, for sure.
And Kai's mother.
For sure.
And the family of Harriet Tubman.
All right.
You need to definitely make that right with Kai.
Oh, for sure.
And Kai's mother.
For sure.
And the family of Harriet Tubman.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
You did a video saying you're gonna be on the show tomorrow, so
Okay. And they wouldn't even shake my hand, bro. That shit. They didn't even shake my hand. None of them.
You need to definitely make that right with Kai.
I wouldn't even went on that show. Like, why you even go up there, bro? Like, fam, let me tell you something. If I had the following that he has, the following that I Show Speed or Casanat had, bruh, there's no way in fuck I would go on the Breakfast Club. Absolutely no way. There's no way. For what? For what purposes? Like, he's doing more for, look, ain't nobody, look, when was the last time somebody said something about the Breakfast Club? Seriously, when was the last time the Breakfast Club was in the news cycle?
Okay, I found this on the web. For when was
The Breakfast Club hasn't been in the news cycle since the damn election, y'all. Do y'all realize that? The Breakfast Club hasn't been in the news cycle since the damn election. So at this point, he's doing more for them than they are for him. Cornelia said he should have asked Charlemagne how many girls did he essay, one or two. Yeah. Yeah, like, bruh.
I gotta spend money for a woman to talk.
N3on came on the Breakfast Club today, and it's kind of funny because he said some wild shit to people in the past.
Aiden Ross, there's a comment pending here. He just commented and said, N3on, I promise you they trying to belittle you and disrespect you. You shitting on all of them. They are weird as fuck. Fuck them.
You are weird as fuck. You are weird as fuck.
Listen, I don't know what the Breakfast Club got against these streamers. Maybe because they make more money than them. They're literally guests who will come onto their show. N3on called them ma'am, and that makes it seem like they're way older. Like, since when is calling somebody ma'am and mister insulting? And then they tried to bring up the fact that he never had to struggle growing up, because his parents did a good job, but they try to make him feel bad about that. And then they go on to ask him, oh, what's your least favorite race? Do you like people? Is your parents... Like, what type of, is this an interrogation or what? And then y'all remember the time when N3on was speaking on Kai and his mom and stuff, and they had brought it up, and they was like, oh, you're still the same type of person, you never change. And N3on's like, oh, but if you watch my streams, you know I'm a completely different person than I was from a year ago. And they was basically, trying to play him. The whole entire interview was them making of him. And this is not the first time that the Breakfast Club has been doing this to, a streamer or, a small celebrity or whatever. Respectfully, if y'all somebody, then don't invite them to your show. But to let them come here and just fuck at them. And even when N3on was leaving, they didn't even shake his hand. And then he even called that out. I love the fact that he was standing on business because he was not letting them, twist his words or anything. Because they kept asking questions about race, multiple times. As if they was trying to, get a big moment or, trying to get him canceled. It's just
You want to know something? And black folks are going to learn this the hard way. Mark my word. Black folks, you're going to learn this the hard way. the white guilt gas tank is empty. It's completely empty. I think you used up the last bit of white guilt with the Carmelo Anthony situation. The days of trying to use racism or the possibility of racism to treat non-black people like shit. Those days, I think those days are gone. Like, this younger generation is different. You're not going to be able to be a bigot and hide behind the premise of systemic racism to excuse your bigotry. You're not going to be able to do it. Because look, you can say what you want to say. This situation was a bad look. This was a really bad look, okay? Because one, when you're trying to hold N3on accountable, there's a couple of things you got to factor into this. One, he was a kid on the internet running his mouth. Okay, kids go on the internet and say wild shit. You feel me? Hell, you got adults that go on the internet and say wild shit. But all of you on the Breakfast Club were supposed to be mature adults. Many of you Gen Xers and millennials, right? To bring him on that show, to treat him like that, when he's sitting there being, remorseful and apologetic, and you're just still hammering on him, and then won't even shake his hand, like it screams ambush. It screams setup. It makes me feel like you planned that out. You knew, you invited him on the show just so you could do that to him. Just so you could try to embarrass him and belittle him. And the crazy thing about it is, if you didn't agree with what he's done in the past and you don't really rock with him like that, why even have him on the show? Like, it's really some goofy, sadistic shit, if you really want to be honest.
So we all have to have friends like Sneak over here, bro, because N3on just came from the Breakfast Club interview, and Sneeko is basically hyping up his friend, basically telling him like, yo, like, don't let these guys get inside your head, bro. Like N3on, don't let these guys get inside your head, bro. Like, you're the new face of media. You're taking all their interviews, bro. Nobody's trying to go to the Breakfast Club anymore, bro. So I'm glad that Sneeko was trying to like defend his boy.
The stuff he's already apologized for a million times. Like, we're tired of seeing that. Like, we know that you moved on from it.
Yeah.
But also, we know, I was realizing watching that show. What? You're taking all their guests. All the guests that used to go on the Breakfast Club are coming on your stream. So if you're, a celebrity or an athlete, why would you sit down at 8 a.m. on this bad podcast that nobody's listening to anymore when you could go on N3on stream? They're mad because you're taking their guests. Like, you're the future of media, sitting down, playing ball with you, going out getting food. Why would you?
Not gonna lie, if I had to choose on what platform to go on, I'd rather choose to go on N3on stream than go on the Breakfast Club stream, because, like, bro, like, Breakfast Club is, like, taking L's now, bro. Like, it's not popping as much no more. Like, the streamers are taking over, bro. And I think Breakfast Club is just jealous of that, bro. So, N3on, don't, like, let them affect you, bro. Keep on growing and keep on grinding.
Bro, what is wrong with the Breakfast Club? It's literally like y'all bring people on y'all show just to talk shit about them, just to belittle them. What is wrong? Like, are y'all fucking miserable? And then y'all are so biased. The only time I have not seen Just Hilarious be.
Now, this is how you know you done messed up, Breakfast Club. You got the bonnet wearing, need to change their smoke detector battery chicks coming at y'all. Bro, you're losing everybody. You're losing everybody, fam.
Bias is towards the Tory Lanez and Megan situation. But the rest of them motherfuckers are biased. Like, if y'all gonna be doing interviews and shows and interviewing people, y'all have to stop being biased and y'all have to stop attacking people. Especially Charlamagne with his scary ass, the way them folks had him running. DJ Envy, the way you had your motherfucking daughter dressed. Just hilarious, bitch. You need to tone it down, porn star. And that other bitch, you need to shut up too. Like, y'all be doing too much. Like, seriously, how y'all mad at this boy because he had a good life? It's not his fucking fault that y'all parents are so fucking irresponsible. I literally just made a funny video about this yesterday, how people be mad because they...
Bro, her defending N3on for having good parents and talking shit about the Breakfast Club's parents being irresponsible while that smoke detector is going off is nasty work, bro. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Their parents, the other people's parents did what they were supposed to do and all this. Now, it's not people's fault. Like, why do black people try to have a struggle battle with other people? They do it with their own race. They do it with other races. You ain't never had to eat syrup sandwiches. You ain't never had to eat mud. Like, okay, who the fuck? That ain't nobody fault but your fucking parents. The fuck? Not Aiden Ross, but N3on better than me because I would knock all them bitches out. Y'all gotta stop that racist ass shit. And do not get in my comments talking about black people can't be racist because yes, the fuck they can.
Ooh, I told you. They not, the younger folks ain't going for it, bruh. The younger folks is not going for that systemic racism, Dr. Malcolm Shabazz Akbar, we shall overcome bullshit. They not going for it, fam. I tell you what else they not going for. They not going for the premise that you only real if you struggled. They are not. These new motherfuckers are different. The day of the Geechee is over. The day of the Geechee is over.
That's what happens when you have a controversial past.
Yeah, no, trust me.
Trust me, I know. That's what happens when you have a controversial past.
Yeah.
Is he serious? Is this nigga serious? Is this nigga serious?
I got so many Jewish friends. Yo, I get it now. I'm watching a N3on interview with the Breakfast Club, and this shit is so profound. The bridging of the gap. Two huge trolls. Seeing Charlamagne the guy talking to N3on is like bro talking to his future self. Looking at N3on is like the embodiment of a lot of you motherfuckers out there. You can see as he's talking about these things, he's just like, yeah, no, I'm so sorry, but that motherfucker is lying. Like, he's lying his ass off. You can see that he wants to explain to them so bad that, bro, this is just how we get down in my generation. They're bringing up all of these things like he's in a court case. They're like, oh, well, you remember you did this? Remember you did that? And he just keeps taking swigs of whatever he's drinking. And you can see that he's saying sorry for the camera. But this motherfucker don't care. He just wants to say to them so bad. Yo, it's just trolling. It's just trolling. Yeah, I said that his mother was a fat black blah 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 blah. But it's just troll. You can see that it doesn't mean anything to them. So the same things that they would hear and we would hear as being older and just be like and get mad about, and the things that he's been ran down about, you can see that even though he's saying sorry about those things, him And the people who are of his generation and who are like him are just like, I don't see what y'all. I really don't see what you guys are just overreacting. Yo.
Aiden said it's so funny. As soon as I started talking, they chilled out on you. Keep going, N3on. You killing it. What is he even talking about?
This nigga is stupid as shit.
Yeah. Don't try to act like nobody noticed that. When Aiden Ross chimed in the chat, y'all fell back a little bit. Don't try to act like, bruh. Stop it. Aiden ain't crazy. He know, the moment he said something in the chat, they fell back a little bit. They wasn't pressing N3on as hard as they was before. Like, for real. Yo, shout out to Brent, said AM. You a real one, fam. Appreciate the show as always. Appreciate you, bro. Yo, we need a sponsor on the Cash App side. Can we get a sponsor on the Cash App side of the game? Can we get a sponsor on the Cash App side of the game? Look, let me tell you something. Getting mad at young niggas on the internet doing internet shit that they no longer do is goofy, especially when you're Charlemagne the God. Somebody who's known to be a provocateur, somebody who's known to be a shock jock, somebody who's known to say some wild shit just to get a response out of somebody. Like, bruh, cut it out, man. That ain't the pot calling the kettle black. Like, let's be real.
Taking all their guests. All the guests that used to go on the Breakfast Club are coming on your stream.
Or did she just send a dumb?
Why do y'all hate black women so much? That's what it.
Man, that whole Breakfast Club with N3on, like, mind you, I don't really fuck with N3on that heavily, bro, but like, I always seen his come up, like, he was that weird Indian kid, faked his dad, like, obviously he's a certified troll, like, obviously. But, alright, man, I could understand him changing and stuff, like, you know, he was a little kid, now he's trying to be a young adult, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, for the Breakfast Club to fucking try to belittle him and act like he ain't doing nothing, like, motherfucker, they have bosses, bro. All those motherfuckers could get fired tomorrow. N3on gets money from the internet, bro. Like, I just wouldn't hate on somebody like that. And then Charlemagne, like, Charlemagne's the...
Yo, that's a bar for 2025. I'm so glad, fam. I'm so glad somebody is finally coming with some common sense. He's like, bro, the people at the Breakfast Club, he's like, yo, y'all got bosses. Y'all can get fired tomorrow. N3on gets money from the internet. Bro.
Act like he ain't doing nothing, like, motherfucker, they have bosses, bro. All those motherfuckers could get fired tomorrow. N3on gets money from the internet, bro. Like, I just wouldn't hate on somebody like that. And then Charlemagne, like, Charlemagne's the biggest bald head, ugly ass motherfucking dickhead rapist that I ever seen in my fucking life. Like, fuck Charlemagne, bro. I can't fucking stand his ugly ass motherfucking retarded ass.
Jesus Christ, bruh. Tell us how you really feel. What the? Oh my God. Bro. Fam is going all the way in. I can't even play all of this because there's no telling what else he gonna say. Even though I agree with him. Even though I completely agree with him. You know what? I don't like the way this phone is sitting on here. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Let's see. There we go. Let's get this right. Yeah, let's get that right like that. Yeah. do it like that. Let's do it like that. There we go. Oh my God.
I'm Black American and not an
Black American people need to stop identifying as African American. Yeah, I said it. We are not African. That is the problem. That is why Africans feel so comfortable coming in and infiltrating black spaces like Essence Fest, because they think we all one and the same, one big.
Yo, I just gotta ask this question. BINO Nation. BINO Nation. For everybody that's in the BINO Nation, put the BINO Nation shields in the chat. Put the BINO Nation shields in the chat if you part of the BINO Nation. I got a question I gotta ask y'all. Do y'all notice that the Angryman will say some unpopular shit, and then a year later, everybody be saying the same shit that Angryman said, even though it wasn't popular a year ago? Have y'all noticed this? I'll get up here and say some shit that nobody agrees with, that everybody says is controversial, and then a year later, everybody will be on the same page, bro. Like, bro, I'm what the culture's feeling. I don't care what nobody say, because I was saying this for years. I've been saying this shit.
And one sound, no. We are natural born American citizens. We've been here for 4 or 5 centuries, 400 years plus, and we still not identifying as Americans. We're not Africans. That's why they come over here and they feel so comfortable with disrespecting us, because they think they super Africans, right? And we the little peon Africans because they got the direct source of the motherland and they know where they come from and they roots and all that stuff. Of course you do. One generation ago, you got here yesterday. You are the true African American Africans. Y'all come here from Ghana, from Senegal, from wherever, Ethiopia, whatever, y'all come here and you get your citizenship or plant your roots, whatever. You're Africans - Americans. African Americans. Black Americans are not Africans. I don't have no Africans in my family. Period. I'm from California. My dad is from California. My grandma's from Wichita, Kansas. My great-grandma's from Wichita, Kansas. I can go back generations of Americans. That is where the confusion is coming from. And then people come from different countries and they come in our home, our house. This is our house. Yeah, the other half of our house might try to make us uncomfortable. The whites, they want to make us uncomfortable in our house. We all share in the same house. But at the end of the day, this is still our house. The visitors are coming here and treating us like we less than. We can change the narrative. It's our storyline. We keep letting other people write our storyline and then getting mad at the story. There's too many of us to not be creating our own narrative. Let's change the narrative, okay? Take back the pride in what it means to be a Black American. Start highlighting our successes as a group of people, our successes, our contributions to America as a whole. Highlight that instead of hyper fixating on slavery. Let's let that storyline kind of simmer down a little bit and focus on the inventions and the contributions that Black people make today and have made for the past 4 or 5 centuries while we've been in America, and start to elevate as a people. Stop letting people push us down with their own narratives and start writing our own story to elevate us as a people in our home. This is our house, not theirs. This is our home. We are natural born American citizens, and don't let nobody tell you different. Black American people need to stop.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
Yo, chat.
I told you. Drake gonna stay relevant. I told you. That is Drake hanging out with DDG. I told you, Drake is gonna stay relevant. Drake is gonna stay relevant. Like, he ain't playing no games.
Well, me and my husband decided that we are tired of working. We're tired of our jobs, and we're going to quit. We're going to take our life savings that we have, and we're just going to travel with it. We'll see y'all when that shit runs out. You done lost your rabbit ass mind.
You done lost your rabbit ass mind. Bro, look.
We should be back about 10:30 tonight. Well, me and my husband decided that we are tired of working. We're tired of our jobs, and we're going to quit. We're going to take our life savings that we have, and we're just going to travel with it. We should be back about 10:30 tonight.
You got that right.
Hey y'all, so my mom.
Another TikTok.
We're not going to sit here and act like we're surprised by the way that the Breakfast Club behaved themselves when interviewing N3on. They had a young kid, 20 years old. You know what I was doing at 20? You know the ignorant stuff I had already done by 20 years old? We had a kid, 20 years old, who's trying to make his life better, who's trying to do right, who, by the way, makes more money than all of them combined. So they should be interviewing and asking them questions like, yo, bro, what you doing? Help us out. So he goes on there, brings an audience to their platform, and they bully him for 2 hours. At the end of the interview, they just kind of dismiss him, like, get out of here. They wouldn't do that to somebody else. There's been people on that show with real bodies, real sins, real like, yo, you ain't got that type of energy. Why? Because it's easy to bully a kid. So they bullied a kid for 2 hours. Congratulations, Breakfast Club. Y'all a bunch of donkeys.
This movement, it is a sickness of the highest order, and I don't enjoy it.
This is how. People thought we had beef. I don't have beef.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. We are now surviving N3on going off on a Breakfast Club for ganging up on this little young boy, N3on. Pure survival. This little young streamer, 20 years old, Breakfast Club, sat there and brought that boy up there only to gang up on him during survival, asking him about little comments he made, you know, when he was like 2, 3 years old. He's a streamer. Streaming, these motherfuckers are huge. You know what I'm saying? And like N3on said, they are bigger than the Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club been played out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't even mess with the Breakfast Club simply because Charlamagne, every time DJ Envy, Lauren LaRosa, Just Hilarious, anytime they talking, notice how he always got to say something against what they saying. Pure survival. And he never talked about Diddy Glover until Diddy Glover got locked up. They used to be scared to talk when Diddy Glover came around. Even when Jay-Z would come on there, they used to be scared to talk. You know what I'm saying? And now Envy been talking about, yeah, you know, Diddy shouldn't get that much time only because he know his ass is looking at some federal time, allegedly, pure survival. You know what I'm saying? For his little scamming ass. You know,
this nigga keeps saying pure survival. Anybody else noticing that? This nigga keeps saying pure survival.
So Charlamagne have that same energy. You had that little boy, he 20 years old. His brain ain't even fully developed. Pure survival. You know what I mean? And he kept saying sorry. He was being apologetic, and y'all still kept trying to gang up on the boy. You know what I mean? But they got the young generation, y'all.
You said that's his handle? Word.
You messing with that little boy, I'm telling you, they got like the Children of the Corn. N3on got the Children of the Corn. He got the Children of the Corn. And like I said, N3on, next time you go to the Breakfast Club, make sure you take Fredro Starr with you. Pure survival. Take Birdman. I'm talking about all three of y'all. And take Beanie Siegel up there. See if Charlamagne had that same energy. Pure survival.
He's in all three of y'all. Oh my God. Bruh, he funny as hell. Homeboy funny as hell, fam. Let's see, hold on. Let's promote him real quick. Jamal Peterson, Mr. I Am Comedy. Man, y'all make sure y'all go check out the brother, man. Jamal Peterson, Mr. I Am Comedy. Homeboy funny as hell, bro.
When I get through whatever the fuck I'm going through right now, I'ma just let you hoes know, bitch.
Tell him about the gun line, boss.
Cause I can't tell you how much I don't care. I couldn't even tell you how much.
As a proud member of the black community, I like to say that what I saw from the Breakfast Club during the interview with N3on was childish, despicable, unnecessary, and irresponsible. Kudos to you, young man N3on, for how you compose yourself and keep it respectful. Part of the problem that I have with my own community is that we tend to allow our emotions to control us. Yes, the young man may have said some things when he was younger that he shouldn't have said, and I won't proclaim to know his level of sincerity in his apologies. However, you don't attack a child for being a child. You reprimand them, and then you show them compassion so that they can feel the love in the rebuke. Once they feel the love in the rebuke, it starts to change their heart, which causes them to empathize even more, putting away their childish ways. Another problem I have with our community is that many of us don't think that we can be racist and use that to justify using hate speech. Newsflash. Racism and racists have distinct differences in their definitions, whereby one describing a potential system for oppression and one describing characteristic traits. Can you guess which one is which? In order for our community to get the proper respect we deserve, we must respect ourselves enough to represent ourselves in a way that doesn't come off as that awful word indicates, especially when we have popular platforms such as the Breakfast Club. If we want to change the world, we have to change ourselves first. And with that being said, we have to do better. As a proud member of the black community, I like to say that what I saw from the Breakfast...
It's time to bust some myths when it comes to the Cologuard test. Misconception number 1, you don't need to start screening for colon cancer until age 50.
We don't even have sex anymore. All you do is make beats.
So Mr. N3on went on the Breakfast Club yesterday, and they were just throwing nasty shots at him, but he didn't let it get to him. Also, Aiden was in the chat defending him as well. Watch this clip.
Wait, let's get into the chat.
N3on went on the Breakfast Club. They tried to cook my boy, man. First of all, let's start here. It's hot as hell in Texas, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyway, Charlamagne, let's start here, bro. Why you ain't talk to Baby like that? Or you don't talk to no gangster like that? Why y'all don't be checking none of the gangsters about rapping about killing each other? But y'all want to check this streamer about some streaming shit that he's changing from. But y'all don't want to check these rappers that be talking about killing each other, drilling on each other, and all this other shit, and they actually doing this shit. But y'all don't want to check them, though. Oh, you did not talk to Baby like that. Oh, I knew Baby was going to be a viral moment. Shut your bitch ass up. You was scared. Second of all, have you apologized to everybody that you've disrespected on that show? They said you made Lil Mama cry on that show. The fuck? I remember one time, I don't remember who it was, but a young lady left that interview and you smelled her seat. That led me to believe that y'all just can't have no HR department at the Breakfast Club. Can't have no HR department up there. And then third of all, y'all gotta stop inviting people up there that y'all know y'all don't like. Charlamagne told us, well, we didn't like N3on. We wouldn't, if we didn't respect N3on, we would have never invited him up here. Man, it's about numbers. Y'all know N3on's gonna do numbers. Shut the fuck. Y'all don't watch N3on streams. And it's obvious because Just Larry's talking about how we know you changing. If you would watch his streams, bitch, you would see that the nigga's changing. Dumbass. Golly, bro. How we supposed to believe, bitch? Who are you? We don't even care about you. Just a few months ago, we didn't even want your ass. We want the other black girl on that show. You forget quick. People ain't fucking with Les Hilarious. She in there, she talking about some fuck Aiden Ross. You're very unprofessional. Y'all just mad because y'all can't get Aiden Ross. Y'all can't get the Speeds. Y'all can't get the Castanets on y'all show. The only reason y'all got DDG is because he trying to promote music. So he was like, makes sense to go to a radio station. Who's still listening to the Breakfast Club 2025, man? Y'all diabolical. I forgot who said, I think it was Joe Budden a few years ago. He said the Breakfast Club is declining, and it is. And I don't mean, and you can say, well, the views and these, man, bro, views can be bought. I'm talking about impact. Nobody gives a fuck about a Breakfast Club interview. The only reason we give a fuck about this is because we give a fuck about N3on. We've all done things in our past that we are either ashamed of or trying to grow from. So why should God show you grace if you're not extending that same grace to people? I understand trying to make sure he's on the right track. If you just simply watch his streams before, and that's the thing, y'all gotta stop inviting people on the show just to embarrass them. Y'all don't even know none of their content. Y'all don't be reading the books that they have. Y'all don't be watching the streams that they have. Y'all don't indulge in none of the music that they may be dropping. Y'all just invite people on there just to have them on the show. And to me, that's some hoe ass shit. It's all.
Yeah, like if they were to invite me on the show, and if I were to actually go, you know what they would do with me? They would try to call me out on my critique of black women. And guess what? It wouldn't matter if every live stream I've done for the past year didn't have nothing to do with black women. Because what they would do is they would go try to figure out what is the worst thing anybody has ever said about me. Okay, he critiques black women. So that's what they would latch on to. You feel me? Plus, they like to pander for black women. So that would be the thing that they would latch on to. You know, it'd be a huge mistake. It'd be a huge mistake. It would be like them trying to call Larry Elder out for being a Uncle Tom or a coon and shit. That's what would happen. They would get cooked. Their asses would get cooked with fresh grease. You feel me? Because if I was on that show and Charlemagne asked me about what issue do you have with black women? I say, brother, I should be asking you that. How many women then came out and accused you of sexual misconduct? I'd shut him up real quick. And the moment he get upset, I'll be like, hey, bro, look, check this out. You might want to treat me the same way you treat Beanie Siegel, The Game, 50 Cent, and Gucci Mane, because it ain't going to go down the way you think it's going to go down. In fact, you better treat me like Little Kim. You remember that, don't you? You remember that, don't you? You remember that, right? Leonard. You remember that, right? Wendy Williams flunky. I'd shut him up real quick. Cause see, here's the thing, Charlemagne, this is what he do. He try to say shit to try to get somebody to hit him. That's what he wants. He's one of them niggas. That's what he wants. But see, nah. I'm the type of nigga, I say some shit that'll make him want to hit me. I'll go in on all of them. I cook all of them the same way Mike did on Why Did I Get Married at the damn table. I'll go down the damn list. I'll be like, well, first of all, why you asking me about what problem I have with black women when you the one sitting up here with a jacket on you for sexual misconduct? Exactly. Dismissed. Oh yeah, by the way, you call Larry Elder a coon and try to act like he needed a nigga wake up call. What about your nigga wake up call when you sitting up there sniggling and giggling with Andre Schultz? Yeah, exactly. Move you out the way. Envy, I know you ain't about to start talking no shit, bruh. How's that real estate shit going? What's up with your man Caesar? Did they indict him? Or are you still facing that case, brother? Exactly. Go on out the way. Better yet, instead of talking about that case, why don't we talk about your wife that straight up and down said you cheated on her? So what kind of man are you? Get you on out the way. Just hilarious. I know you ain't talking no smack. Where's that energy when Corey Holcomb be calling you out? Huh? Where's that energy? And by the way, are you still upset with this young lady over here for taking your job? And doing a better job at it, I might add. You cried the blues so much on the internet, they had to go get an extra seat and sit this seat right here so you'd still have a spot. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I would do, that shit straight there. But bruh, that interview would never come out, bruh. I would cook them with fresh grease. That interview would not be in there. Let's go. Let's go. What we talking about? Y'all pick and choose. You think I don't remember when Gucci came up here and pointed out the fact that y'all was on pins and needles? That y'all scared of Gucci? I know every dude that come up here that you scared of. When Beanie Siegel was sitting up there with that toothpick in his mouth, pointing at you, Charlemagne, we know you had a little puddle of pee in your underwear, bruh. We know you was shook. Birdman came up there. Y'all was hoping shit ain't happen. Y'all was hoping shit ain't happen. The hell we talking about? And just in case one of you is watching this show right now, I know what you're thinking. Well, we ain't never gonna invite you to the Breakfast Club, Angry Man. Well, the beautiful thing about that is I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You know why I don't give a fuck? Because I'm the type of nigga that don't get invited to shows, and then I keep growing and keep getting bigger, and the niggas that don't invite me to shows end up showing up to my show. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
About numbers for y'all. So I don't want to hear all that. We respect N3on, so that's why we had him on the show. No, y'all see N3on streaming numbers, but y'all don't watch his streams. Apparently you don't, because you would know. Then we all know N3on, who he used to be, but we all know who he's becoming. Just like all of us, bro. Just because some of our shit ain't on the internet, bro, don't be doing that to a nigga that his shit was public. His mistakes are public, you know what I'm saying? Just like Charlemagne's. But don't nobody get on Charlemagne. Anyway, I want better for you niggas, man. N3on went on.
Okay, so boom, let me set the scene. I am so single, it's basically a medical condition at this point, but
Cause I can't tell you how much I don't care. I couldn't even tell you how much.
I got a question for everybody. At what point are black women gonna realize that everybody on the internet doesn't give a shit about their romantic situation? The amount of like, it's funny because the men don't even talk about shit no more. You know what the men did? The men said, you know what, I'm not messing with these chicks, and they just kept it pushing. You don't see a bunch of dudes on the internet complaining about not being able to get a girlfriend, complaining about not being able to get a wife, complaining about the dating scene. You don't even see that shit no more. All you see now is black women on the internet, and sometimes some white women, don't get me wrong, but you see Americanized woman on the internet constantly complaining about men and their dating situation. And it's like, bruh, no one cares. We don't care. We don't care. Go somewhere and figure that shit out. Go get some therapy. Go get some therapy. Go watch reruns of Kevin Samuel's show. He gave y'all plenty of gems to help you. You just didn't listen. Go back and rewatch it. And this time, actually take heed to what he said and fix the problem. Because we tired of hearing about it, man. We tired.
This movement, it is a sickness of the highest order, and I don't enjoy it.
We tired of hearing about it, bruh. Like, for real.
Why do men wait for women to...
Why do men? You see what I mean?
I got a little tip for y'all today. So y'all know how when you get ready to post up,
Aiden said it's so funny. As soon as I started talking, they chilled out on you. Keep going, N3on. You killing it. What is he even talking about?
This nigga's.
Uh-oh. Let's hear what Aiden's response was.
Charlemagne, you kept bringing up his past, Charlemagne. How we bring up that you were the mom, you cheated on your wife. I mean, there's just a lot. I looked up your name for 3 seconds. It pops right up. It's like, dude, you old people, you guys have pasts too. It's all on the internet. And the other girl sitting across the table that calls me a crap a few minutes. It's so funny. You were getting on camera for like $10 probably. And then I don't know what's going on now, but you know, the Breakfast Club is not doing so well, especially after this whole N3on charade. I guarantee this shit goes out of business. You'll go back to getting for money because that's what you do best, bitch.
Aiden said it's so funny. As soon as I started talking.
Oh, said go back to getting screwed for money. Oh my God. That's crazy.
I just cut on the Breakfast Club interview with N3on, the streamer.
And I cut it on because I don't understand this kid's appeal. So, Breakfast Club is one of our biggest media platforms in the country. So I was like, okay, let me give it a shot and see what was his come up. How did he start? How did this even happen? Because although I'm way older than him, he's a kid. He still comes across as a loser to me. So I don't understand what's appealing. But I don't understand it. So I was looking for understanding watching this interview. And I know the Breakfast Club has always been a platform that's open to having anybody on. They've had people from the left politically.
Tell him about the gun line, boss.
Because I can't tell you how much I don't care.
I don't give a fuck about what they're saying.
So the Breakfast Club was talking about the whole Nikki SZA situation. If you didn't know, they're beefing on Twitter because Punch tweeted something out about a song.
Not for nothing, but you gotta be real careful who you got.
So look, more specifically.
So, I just got done.
A lot of times,
This is a call to action to. This is a call to action to all be one ethnic Black Americans. We are no longer accepting the name African American. We are not African American, and I don't know what Jesse Jackson was thinking back then because we've never really liked the term anyway. What we need to do is on a nationwide level, we need to petition the courts, petition the census, submit what we need to do legally to the government to change our name. We no longer want to be called African American. Cross out African American wherever you can on a form and rewrite either ethnic Black American, ADOS, foundational, whatever you choose, indigenous, Sulan.
I was getting ready to say you was about to mess up. You need to get rid of Black too. You need to get rid of Black too. What you should be putting, what we should be classified as is indigenous Americans. That's the classification. That's the nationality is American. The racial designation should be indigenous American. Indigenous American. Indigenous American. Because the term Black is problematic. It's problematic. Shout out to Big Dave. Appreciate you. Black is problematic because of the legal designation of it, and it's problematic because some of you individuals are so stupid that you'll look at a woman like this and say, she's not Black. You feel me? Like, bruh, y'all gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. And by the way, by this point in the show, we'd be damn near at 60 contributors. What is going on? What is going on? Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. If y'all want to keep the show going, we'll keep the show going. But let's see. We're going to take a little 10-minute break. If we haven't gotten to 50 contributors by the 10 minutes, then we're going to wrap it up. Shout out to DJ F. He said for the gun line. hungry. I gotta eat Oreos. Gotta eat Oreos. Shout out to Prospect Corner. He said for less hilarious weed fun. Shout out to Catfish Tales for gifting a membership. Shout out to Malika. Malika got gifted a membership. Look like we're gonna be wrapping this shit up. We're gonna be wrapping this shit up, B. Wrap that shit up, B. Shouldn't even be eating these damn Oreos. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Who's live right now? Are you for the streets? Prioritizing pleasure over love. Man, Uncle Tom is live. Lionel is live. Shout out to Prospect Corner. He said for the double up. Shout out to David in the building. David said for the show. Appreciate you. Shout out to Prospect Corner. He said, keep it going.
Here we go again. $100 boss up. Going down. Stack up and match up.
Ask and ye shall receive. Shout out to Prospect Corner for saving the rest of the show. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy do. See what else we got going on out here. What else is going on today in the world? I tell you what, this is not going to end well for the Breakfast Club. I could be wrong, but I think this may be the straw that broke the camel's back, because they already didn't have no motion. They already didn't have no motion. They ain't had no motion. Let me mute that. They ain't had no motion since the election, bro. Haven't had no motion since the election. And when you finally do get some motion, it's for this type of shit? Yeah. I don't think oh shit. Academics destroyed TDE punch.
Which is really good. I mean, this guy's been on there 6 weeks. Like, for people were saying that Drake would never be up on the charts again, would never have success again. He's completely over. The boy is done. He's fucking number 2 on Billboard right now, bro. And people are like, yeah, but can't get number 1. Like, okay, he will get number 1 again. He 100% will get. If you believe that Drake is not going to have a single another number 1, you are delusional. You are completely delusional. You are wrong. He will 1,000% have another number 1 and more number 1s than that. More number 1s than that. Drake will be number 1. He'll have at least 1, if not 2 number 1s on this album coming up. Save this video. Save this video. But as you would see, holy fuck, this song is still number 5?
Let's show some love to What's the Dirt.
What? 65 weeks on the chart. The Angryman super chat. Appreciate the Angryman, man, popping in. That's fucking sick, bro. I love your channel, man. I've been watching you for a long time. That's fucking dope. I just gotta wait for my God to send me. I'm not a pro like you, Angryman. I can't. I'm just trying to figure out this streaming shit now, right?
Stop playing.
You know what I mean?
Stop
do you really
playing.
think that Drake, like, chat, do you really think that Drake can't get another number 1? Like, number 2 is phenomenal. Number 2 is fucking phenomenal, and they're still gonna downplay this, right? But if you think Drake can't get another number 1, I'm sorry to tell you, you're sadly mistaken.
And yo, for the record, if you guys do not watch,
Sadly mistaken. I gotta bring up the Discord real quick.
If you guys do not watch What's the Dirt,
man. Salute, fam. Keep doing your thing. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you too, man. We should probably get on a call sometime, man. We should probably get a little collab going at some point. That'd be a pretty cool little crossover, I think. I'm just starting to get into this whole streaming shit, but I'd love to have you on or vice versa or whatever, right?
Definitely.
Cross post or however you want to do it, man. It'd be dope.
Definitely.
It'd be dope.
Definitely.
So yeah, like the Billboard looks crazy. How many hip hop songs we got? We got 1.
Yeah, like I said, man, if y'all haven't checked out What's the Dirt, man, definitely go over there and check out. He be dropping.
Luther is not a hip hop song. Do you guys consider Luther a hip hop song?
He be dropping like for real.
Is Luther hip hop to you guys?
There go the link in the chat, man. He be dropping for real.
I think Luther is more. I like Luther. I like it. I like the record. I liked it when it first came out. Peace 888. I like Luther when it's R&B, right? Like, I don't really think it's like a hip hop joint. But he will get it. I liked it when it first came out, but then it's like anything else. When you just listen to it over and over a fucking again, it kind of loses its novelty, right? Luther's overplayed. That's what I mean, right? But that happens with a lot of records where at first I'll like it, but then it just becomes too much. Luther is carried by the sample.
Man. Like, yo, real talk. Real talk. Like, YouTube be unsubscribing people, man. I know I was subscribed to What's the Dirt. No wonder I ain't been seeing his freaking videos.
Look at this. Hip hop is not charting. Not charting at all. This is bad.
Yeah, like real talk. What's the Dirt, man? He be dropping science, man. He be dropping science when it come to breaking down like the music. Like he be doing his thing, man. I'm actually surprised that he actually watched me. You feel what I'm saying? Like, but y'all know I'm always surprised. I'm always surprised when somebody say they watch me. I'm always surprised, bro. It's just is what it is. Let's see who else is live. Who else is live other than me? Other than me, who else is live? This nigga Big Jaw got a live stream now. He probably just reposting his videos and shit. Yeah, that's exactly what he doing. Oh, see, your boy is popping up on the main page again. Finally, what does this nigga start talking about? This nigga star Fat Joe finally admits Hispanics did not start hip hop. Okay, what's going on Fresh and Fit?
Oh, hell no. The guy on the right, he looks older.
Okay, the guy on the right?
The guy on the left looks too young.
All right, who'd you smash? What are these pictures? Last two guys on Earth. Last two on Earth. Left. Who'd you fuck?
You can go raise a hand. Then you just go one on the left, and then.
Okay. One is this guy.
Yeah.
Two is this guy.
Yeah. If you had to pick. Okay. So
guys,
for the left,
yeah.
Give raise of hands.
Okay. One.
Oh, the majority would go for.
Wait. Okay.
I mean, the right picture is super blurry. Let's give him a chance.
Give me Jacob.
Jacob wins on.
Guys, I'm telling you, you gotta have good photos. It's your business card.
That's not a good photo, nigga.
That's terrible.
That's my boy. All right. Okay.
That was like his jokes. Terrible. Myron, drop bombs on these haters and anons when he finds out their location. All right, nigga. What's that?
Let's see. Matter of fact, let me ask you guys in the chat. Let's ask you guys in the chat. Let's see. No, what the hell? End. That was goofy. Didn't even let me ask the question. All right, BINO Nation. I know it's getting late, but y'all need to wake up. Wake up, BINO Nation. Wake up, BINO Nation. What the hell? Did it do it again? No, it didn't. Let's see. The internet showed no mercy. Joy Taylor breaks her silence after being fired. Oh, yeah. I forgot she got fired. She got fired. Let's see what happened. Let's see. Joy Taylor fired. Fired over freak offs. Stop playing. Stop playing. She got fired over freak offs. Oh, we. Bombshell report comes out. Oh, we. How did I miss this today? How did I miss this today, bro? Ooh, what did Jason Whitlock say? That peanut butter skin. That peanut butter skin didn't save her. That peanut butter skin did not save her. Joy Taylor out at Fox. Nah, get out of here. Joy Taylor out at Fox as network cancels 3 shows. Joy Taylor is out at Fox Sports as part of a series of moves that will also see the network's cable arm FS1 cancel Speak, the show Taylor co-hosts, as well as its 2 morning programs. Sources briefed on the decision told The Athletic. The 3 shows struggled to find a huge audience, prompting the cancellations, according to sources briefed on the decision. Taylor, 38. Taylor, 38, has been in headlines over the past year as FS1 has been embroiled in harassment allegations against its former top programming executive, Charlie Dixon. In one of the 2 lawsuits, Naushin Faraji, a makeup artist, accused Dixon of sexual battery, and the suit alleged that Taylor told Faraji to get over it. Taylor denied the allegation. Dixon has been out at the network since late April. Taylor co-hosted Speak with Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce. We know where Paul Pierce is at now. Taylor's contract was up and not renewed by Fox Sports after she had been with the network for nearly a decade. FS1 is also ending the morning shows Breakfast Ball and The Facility. Fox Sports declined to comment. Colin Coward's The Herd, which begins at noon ET, and First Things First with Nick Wright, Chris Broussard, and Kevin Wiles at 3 p.m. will continue in their time slots. FS1 will likely produce new shows in place of the cancellations. Look, I gotta say this, man. I said it earlier and I'm going to say it again. They just don't realize it. Network television is done. This only a matter of time. The only people still watching network television are these damn boomers. Most of Gen X do not watch the shit. Like, you're hanging on by a thread. All 3 shows were created under Dixon. Breakfast Ball featured Craig Cartoon, Mark. What is with these people with these wild ass names, bruh? Damn. Shirley Riff. What the fuck? And Danny Parkins. It marked Cartoon's second show at the network after leaving his WFAN drive time program 2 years ago. A return to WFAN is not, man, we don't care about that, bruh. Get back to Joy Taylor, man. This is why, bro. This is why. This is why I'll be frustrated. This is why I'll be frustrated. I want to click on one of these videos, but I don't know which one I can click on. Because you know how people be tripping about their content. You feel me? I want to click on one of these joints to hear what happened. Who is this? You know what? This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do right here. Let's do this right here.
Shout out my co-host Joy Taylor. A woman, sports. Realize how hard it is to get into the position that she is in.
Has your contract with Fox Sports 1 been renewed yet?
We are in the process of things right now.
Picture this. It's July 14, 2025. Joy Taylor wakes up thinking it's just another Monday. But by 6 p.m., Andrew Marchand of The Athletic drops the bombshell. She's unemployed. But here's the thing, she wasn't alone. In what can only be described as the equivalent of the Red Wedding of sports television, Fox Sports executed one of the most brutal programming massacres in media history. 3 major shows were canceled in one day, and multiple high-profile hosts left without platforms. And at the center of it all, it was one of the most explosive scandals we've ever seen in sports television. But to understand how we got here, we need to go back, way back, because this isn't just about ratings, this is about relationships, lawsuits, and a workplace culture that would make Dan Snyder's Washington Commanders' old front office looked kind of professional. And it all started to unravel 6 months ago with a 42-page lawsuit that nobody saw coming. As a result of my brand new partnership with Fantasy.
Oh yeah, you got partnerships and shit. We not gonna get wrapped up with you. We'll see.
It felt like it was only a matter of time for Joy Taylor before she was fired from FS1 a few months after a massive lawsuit came out, alleging that Joy Taylor effectively slept her way to the top, that she slept with an executive at FS1 that got her job after job, show after show, and that she was sleeping around with a lot of the other talent as well. Joy Taylor, I don't know if you could tell if you've ever listened to her takes. It shouldn't be a surprise that she slept her way to the top. It certainly wasn't for her brain that she got some of these jobs that she continued to get. But apparently that is all now over. Joy Taylor out as FS1 Armageddon ends 3 shows. The network is canceling Breakfast Ball, The Facility, and Speak, with a wide variety of replacements under consideration. And obviously, the person who's at the top of the level of interest in this is Joy Taylor. She is the one who was intimately involved, apparently, with a lot of people at FS1. Emmanuel Acho was named in that as well. We saw a lot of...
And see, you want to know what's wild about this? What's wild about this is a woman like her, you know, if certain things wouldn't have came out, like if it wasn't for this lawsuit by Faraji against Skip, Joy Taylor would be running around here acting like she's the victim. See, that's what really messed up her game. That's what messed up what she was really trying to do. Because trust and believe, if it wasn't for Faraji suing Skip and disclosing in the lawsuit that Joy Taylor basically told her to get over it, and basically exposing Joy Taylor for the predator that she is, she would be running around here still acting like she's the damn victim. When really, you know what? I'm going to tell you something right now. The fact that sexual harassment only goes in one direction is problematic. In other words, women who try to sleep their way to the top, they should get in trouble for sexual harassment too. They should get in trouble. They should call it should be a new thing. They should call it sexual coercion. You feel me? Sexual entrapment. Something like that. There should really be some sort of penalty for these women who, quite frankly, sleep their way to the top.
Things going around about Emmanuel Acho. He also lost his job. His show got canceled as well. Emmanuel Acho, Joy Taylor, and others see TV shows canceled as Fox Sports makes key changes. Now, you got like Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce, a couple other people that their shows are canceled. They're not going to renew Joy Taylor's contract. She's done. She's fired. And probably rightfully so. Now, the reason they said is low ratings. And yes, the ratings were low. The ratings were abysmal. That's reason enough to cancel these shows. But all of these shows were also greenlit by Charlie Dixon, the executive that's named in this massive lawsuit. But ultimately, I don't think anyone's going to feel sad for Joy Taylor. This is not someone who you want to listen to talk about sports, right? It wasn't on Cowherd. It wasn't on Speak. It wasn't on any of this stuff. And now the chickens are coming home to roost, and you are fired after what you did, after sleeping your way to the top and effectively bragging about it to everybody. That's who she is. That's what she's done. And here are now the ramifications that she's getting from that. She's fired. Now, she hasn't made any public statements specifically about the firing, I don't believe. You could see a lot of people replying to her latest tweet where she tweets out the podcast that she's doing. Couldn't suck your way out of this one, huh?
Oh, we knew the podcast was coming. We knew the podcast was coming.
She belongs to the streets.
We knew it.
Lost your job, huh? You know, stuff like this. Did you get fired? Jason Taylor's sister? There's not a fucking thing you can do about it, blah, blah, blah. Emmanuel Acho did release a statement. Very quickly decided to limit replies, and maybe understandably so. In sports, when you're not good enough, you get cut. In TV, when you're not good enough, you get canceled. I'm not going to try to come to y'all with some big announcement soon. Stay tuned, because I don't actually know what's coming. But what I do know is I trust in God. And, respect. Hey, we weren't good enough. We didn't get good enough ratings, so we got canceled. However, there are some other things going on. I think we all know there's some other things going on with that lawsuit, with your name being in there, with Joy Taylor's name being in there, all of this shit. And you can see why he limited replies. That unemployment sex with joy will heal you. I hope whatever comes next brings you joy. You suck at everything you do. Get those joy mounds unencumbered, king. And then, of course, this famous meme, Ultra Joy. Emmanuel Acho, he was hyping up Joy Taylor. He was talking about how amazing she is while they were fucking. He deleted a lot of those tweets after this lawsuit came out. I mean, this is embarrassing, but I think we all knew this was coming at some point. Because you can't have shit like that come out, that she basically sucked her way to the top, that she sucked executives off in order to get jobs, in order to get positions. Other people got fired so she could come in and take over a show because she was fucking the dude who made these decisions. That's what you get. That's what you get. What do you guys think about this? Let me know in the comment section below. Smash a like button, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell for...
And what's even worse was bragging about how she would do it from two angles. Pause. No pun intended. She would do it from two angles. She would use her sexuality to get promotions. And if she didn't get promoted, she would file a sexual harassment case. Like, that shit is diabolical. So you go into the office, offer to suck the dude off. He lets you do it. And then you either benefit by being promoted for doing that, or if the guy doesn't promote you or doesn't give you what you think you deserve, you pretend like he forced you to do it, or you pretend like he coerced you into doing it, and you sue him for sexual harassment. when you have a situation like this with a woman admitting to this, it makes you wonder how many other women are engaged in this behavior. It makes you wonder how many dudes fell victim to the Me Too era and they were really entrapped. Because, you know, even in this day and age, they still run around here acting like it's always the guy's idea. It's never a woman trying to take advantage of her sexuality or the desire that a man has to get in them drawers. Like, they try to act like that doesn't exist. But we know it does. We know it absolutely does. Let's see, who else has some commentary on this?
Thanks for all your services, all your work. As you guys saw, the show's getting canceled, so we won't be bringing it back. And here you go. And then the HR lady kind of went through the whole process of what's next. I'm gonna keep that, behind
the dudes on that show probably was passing her around like a joint.
The scenes, but one of the things that was announced is that our badges will be shut off immediately.
Yeah! They squabbling out there now.
So Joy Taylor and them got fired on a day off? Check it out, guys. I gotta admit, I was 100% wrong about how I thought this FS1.
Hold on. I gotta look at your channel. And see when you started this channel, brother. I gotta look and see when you started this channel. He started this channel in April 2025. April 2025. How many people on YouTube am I influencing? Did you hear that intro?
Thanks for all your services, all your work. As you guys saw, the show's getting canceled, so we won't be bringing it back.
Look.
Yesterday, a big story. Look. Taylor and them got fired on a day off.
I'm gonna keep that, behind the scenes, but one of the things that was announced is that our badges will be shut off immediately.
Yeah! They squabbling out there now.
So, how many people am I influencing, bro? Who was using this before me?
Yeah! They squabbling out there now. Yeah!
Who was using that before me, bro? Who was using that before me? Angryman influencing everybody.
So Joy Taylor and them got fired on a day off? Check it out, guys. I gotta admit, I was 100% wrong about how I thought this FS1 situation went down. Now, for you guys who may not have known, yesterday a big story dropped, and it was that FS1 is retooling everything. Joy Taylor, you're no longer with FS1. Have a good day. Speed, the facility, Breakfast Baller, everybody involved with that, your ass is out of here. And FS1 is going in a different direction. When I first heard that, I said, oh, that's why Joy Taylor's been on the media tour. That's why Paul Pierce has started his own podcast, Paul Pierce After Dark or The Truth After Dark, doing his own thing. But today we got explosive details about how FS1 handled this. And I gotta say, FS1, y'all did these employees dirty. Now, I'm not a big fan of Joy Taylor, Emmanuel Acho, that Carlton guy, but how FS1 handled this situation, I cannot get down with. And we're gonna learn a valuable lesson when we listen to these explosive details. Now, these details come from a guy named Big Smitty. He does a show with Coach JB. Big Smitty does a show with Coach JB, but his other job was working for FS1. He does their social media. He does their TikToks. He had a lot to do with FS1. And well, he was part of the people got fired. And today on the Coach JB show, he wanted to let everybody know what went down. And he started by giving out a little details, then gave out more and more and more.
Man, it wasn't even wow though. For me, it was more so like, wow. It wasn't wow, it was wow. It's like if it's never happened to you before, it's like a shocker. Like we woke up yesterday, everybody woke up normal. First day of our actual vacation, the show's gonna be dark for 2 weeks, and then boom, we're gonna be back and be normal. We popped. Shout out to Mike Bundy, man. I appreciate you, Mike Bundy, because we definitely gonna need it now. All jokes aside, now we really need that for real. All that's going to me, by the way. Every super chat donation today is not going to Jason. It's going directly to my account. We've already set it up. Got my checks connected to it. Got my routing number, my account number. So everything I see him directly to my account today. But yeah, Jason, it was a shock.
Now on the Coach JB show.
Wait. Time out. So what you're telling me is that they told them they was going on vacation for 2 weeks and they fucking fired y'all while you was on your first day of vacation? Oh my God, that's some cold-blooded shit. That is one hell of a way to avoid awkwardness. So they basically they probably hit y'all with the, so y'all go ahead and take your 2-week vacation and we gonna come back fresh and get everything going. Matter of fact, go ahead and give me them badges. We gonna give you new badges because we're redoing everything, and they asses handed in their badges, thought they was going on vacation and got home and answered a phone call that said, hey, yeah, you know when we was telling y'all to go on vacation? Yeah, just go ahead and stay gone permanently. Yeah, we canceling the show, bruh. Damn.
They do super chats and stuff like that, and that is what Big Smitty is saying. He's saying like, hey guys, I need all those super chats. It's because we didn't know we were getting fired. We had no idea. And I'm sitting here thinking, look, the ratings have been down. People on the internet has been saying how shitty the facility is, how they don't like Breakfast Baller, how a lot of people aren't a fan of Joy Taylor.
Don't nobody watch them damn shows. Bruh, who watches those shows? I need somebody to tell me. Who watches these shows, bruh? Who watches these shows? Who? Just anybody. Who watches these shows? I don't watch that shit. I don't watch that shit. Like, who watch these shows, man?
I was under the assumption that FS1, maybe during a meeting 2 months ago, said, hey guys, look, when the slow period hits, all y'all are getting fired, and everybody knew. It was a complete shock. Big Smitty would then go on to let us know that he's not a fan of how FS1 handled letting everybody go, firing everybody.
A lot of people thought I was gonna come in here and just bash the company and do all that. Listen, Fox changed my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, any corporation or job you work at, there's gonna be some things that you disagree with, you don't like, people you don't like, etc. I'm not a fan of how they moved and how they made this happen yesterday. Because again, we all woke up not knowing this was gonna happen, and literally they just threw a meeting on our calendar that said emergency mandatory meeting, just out of nowhere. So we're like, damn, okay. Half my team is out of town and with their families, are on vacation, on islands, all of that stuff. Shout out to the Dog Pound, man. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that's donating right now. But we were all doing our own thing, and then to get this meeting on our calendar out of nowhere, it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? So I don't like the way it moved, but when I remove my emotions, I can understand the business of it. And, if they're losing money on the shows, unfortunately, this is a part of TV and this is a part of business, And I've always had it in the back of my head ever since when Whitlock left, right at the beginning of the pandemic. Everybody know Whitlock was the person that gave me opportunity, got my foot in the door. But when he left, in that moment, I was like, man, at any time, anything can happen, right? Like, talent could leave, shows can get canceled. Somebody, that was like the first real moment of me being in TV where I'm like, anything can just happen. So at that point, I'm like, listen, Darnell, you got to always plan for the worst case scenario. And from that point, I've always done freelance work, even before a little bit. But from that point is when I really started picking up, because I'm like, man, you can't put all your eggs in one basket.
Guys, you got to imagine this. You just literally got to imagine this. You are on television and they haven't had a meeting about anything. They haven't done anything. You think everything's good. You're waking up. You're drinking your coffee. You're going over your notes. And then you pull up Microsoft Teams and it says, pull up Microsoft. You're drinking anything.
Look at the yawn, bro. Dude is funny. Look at the yawn, fam.
They haven't done anything. You think everything's good. You're waking up. You're drinking your... your coffee, you're going over your notes. And then you pull up Microsoft Teams and it says emergency meeting. They probably said, what? Joy Taylor got another lawsuit against her? What kind of emergency this time? And they let them know, hey guys.
And look, that's all it took. That's all it took, bruh. I keep saying this over and over, man. I keep saying it over and over. Nobody's listening, bruh. They are problems, especially when they're in male spaces. I don't care what nobody say. I do not believe chicks should be sports commentators unless the sport is a female sport. I don't care. You can call me a caveman. Look, nigga, I will be Captain Caveman. I need the Captain Caveman soundbite. That's what I need. You know what? I'm gonna find it right now. I'm gonna find the Captain Caveman soundbite. You can call me a caveman. I just do not believe I just don't. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I need. I need that. I need that in my life.
And they let them know, hey guys, this is a meeting that we're having. You're all fired. Go home. You're all let go.
Captain Caveman! That's what I need, bro.
Just think about how crazy that would be. I'm naive thinking that in the world of television, you're losing money. The ratings are down.
I got another nickname now, y'all. We got Angryman. We got the light-skinned god. We got the target hitter. We got Thanos. We got Hennessy Hefe. You feel me? And now we got Captain Caveman. Angryman, a.k.a. Captain Caveman, nigga. I don't care what nobody say. You can call me a caveman, whatever. Women should not be commentators when it comes to sports. And the reason why is because the moment that you go and you pick these women and you put them in that environment with all of them dudes, it's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. King BINO, appreciate you. It's a recipe for disaster. Let's be real.
So you're letting your team know, like, hey, if these ratings don't get up, y'all may have to find a new job. They're not telling none of that. They're just taking it day by day, day by day. Hey, the ratings are low. Fire everybody. Team meeting. Hey, guys, have a good day. And another thing is, we all look at this and we say, Joy Taylor's fired. Emmanuel Acho's fired. But no. Like Nino said, this is bigger than Nino Brown. There are editors. There are writers. There are hairstylists. Listening to Smitty, there's a lot of other people that got let go as well. What's going on at FS1?
You got guys who've been in the company 15, 20 years, dog. like high top showrunners, producers who are really good at their jobs just got the boot. And these are guys who were making pretty good coin and who's been at Fox for so long, and they just got dropped. Now they got to figure out, damn, where do I go? Because once you've been in the same company for so long, they probably don't know. They don't remember how to interview. The reality of you going from the position you was at and going to another company at that same position just ain't necessarily reality. You probably have to take a step back. You got kids. So it's just a lot of situations, and I definitely feel for my team and my people because I got so many good friends and this relationships that I built over the years at Fox.
And again, this is where, I really do feel bad because, look, I see people like Joy Taylor, Emmanuel Acho, LaShawn McCoy, and I say, look, they're going to be able to get another job.
Yo, shout out to Sterling. He said Fox Sports 1 has been hanging on by a thread since Shay Shay left. Yeah. They thought, look, I'm going to tell you what it really is, bro. The problem with a lot of those networks is they be devaluing the talent. They thought that Shannon Sharp wasn't bigger than the program, but he was. He was. They thought Jason Whitlock wasn't bigger than the program, but he was. Jason Whitlock is doing just fine over on Blaze with Blaze TV with Undisputed. He's doing fine. Shannon Sharp is doing fine. You feel me? Like, let's be real. Let's be real. And Stephen A. Smith is smart. He's smart for starting, like, even though he's still with ESPN, I will give Stephen A. credit. He's smart. He didn't wait until he had to quit or they fired him. He started building his freaking podcast audience while he's still at ESPN. That's some smart ass shit to do, bro. That's some smart ass shit to do, like real talk.
Matter of fact, they can start a podcast today, and just off their name, they're going to be able to get Patreon members. They're going to be able to get a good following. They're going to be able to get on their feet. But what about all the hairstylists? What about the producers? What about everybody who don't have a name? All of them just got let go. Woke up, they kissed their kids goodbye, starting their day off, and when they come home, they got to let them know they're let go. These are some crazy details, and it gets worse because even though I'm listening to these details, I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm picturing a big meeting. Imagine this getting done over a Zoom call.
And I heard they just snatched your badges and was like, get the fuck out.
Oh, the badges got shut off immediately.
Any truth to that?
Well, I didn't physically go in. We were all on Zoom. It was a 2-minute meeting, homie. 2 minutes. Thanks for all your services, all your work. As you guys saw, the show's getting canceled, so we won't be bringing it back. And here you go.
Damn, they hit him with the Russell Simmons. Thank y'all for coming out. Good night. Bruh, if I would have getting fired, for one, going on a 2-week vacation, or thinking you're going on a 2-week vacation, and then getting fired on a Zoom call, a 2-minute Zoom call. Bruh, that is crazy.
Then the HR lady kind of went through the whole process of what's next. I'm going to keep that, behind the scenes. But one of the things that was announced is that our badges will be shut off immediately. So I can't even get on campus, homie. So I left the fucking chicken. I think I had a chicken sandwich on there. I was on grab today in the refrigerator. I had a couple supplies.
Stop. Oh my God, bruh, you could have said anything. You could have said, man, they shut off my badge. I can't go back in there. I left a pair of shoes in there. You could have said anything, nigga. You said a chicken sandwich, bro. A chicken sandwich.
This movement, it is a sickness of the highest order, and I don't enjoy it.
Staple clips, some papers. I can't get none of my stuff.
That's crazy. Zoom call 2 minutes. You're fired. You're let go. Your chicken sandwiches that you left, they're ours now. Your badges will not be working. Have a good day. Wow.
Not the chicken sandwich.
Embarrassing. And look, this gets me into another subject. And I talked about this when I was talking about Shannon Sharp one time. Guys, you really need to have some type of a side hustle, some type of, especially if you're a creator, that you're working for somebody, you need to have your own content on the side, because any day, everything could change. Any day, you could just be fired. Now, Big Smitty here, he has a nice size following with Coach JB. He has his own show. So, yeah, he's affected, but he's not affected as much. But there's a lot of people that work for big corporations who really think these best corporations, some people think they love them. And there are some corporations out there that take care of their employees. But you got to keep teaching yourself throughout life. You got to keep learning different skills. Because when those companies, no matter if you work for McDonald's, no matter if you work for Buc-ee's, no matter if you work for FS1, for ESPN, whenever they want to cut you loose, they can cut you loose. And then what are you going to do? And the way the economy is right now, the job market is right now, is tough. So I would say the best thing you can do is keep improving yourself every day. Learn how to edit. Learn how to speak better. Learn a different language. Learn a side hustle. It don't got to be content creation, because whatever you're doing, you never know when that day could come. And right now, I was looking at this from the angle of Sayonara Joy Taylor. You're probably going to end up on Gil's Arenas. Maybe Shannon Sharp will pick you up. Maybe you'll end up at ESPN. But there's a lot.
Shannon Sharp, look, Shannon Sharp ain't letting her come over there with them titties and that peanut butter skin. Ain't no way in hell. He already got enough problems going on. Shay and you'll be like, nope. I can see him now, bruh. You'll be like, hey, Shannon, you mind if I come over there and be on your show with you and Ocho? Nope. Hell no. Ain't gonna happen.
A lot of people who they're not as known, and they don't have a backup plan, and today's a tough day for them. It's crazy how it's dirty how FS1 did these people. But you guys, let me know about these details. Is there anything that caught you off guard?
Yeah, bro. Look. He said, turning down that peanut butter skin. Yeah, bro. Look. We got to be honest about something. Now, I'm not saying that there is not a portion of the population that loves chocolate skin. I'm not saying that. There's plenty of people out here that love them some good old milk chocolate. But let me tell you something. Men of all colors, religions, and creeds, their knees get weak for that peanut butter skin, fam. I don't know what it is about that peanut butter skin, bruh. I don't know what it is. I didn't, bruh. When I was watching Jason Whitlock talking about this Joy Taylor situation when some of the, details came out. And this is the reason why I like Jason Whitlock. Jason Whitlock will say the thing that everybody's thinking. He'll say the thing that everybody's thinking, but don't nobody want to say. When he started talking about that peanut butter skin, he said, I knew from day one. He said, I knew I couldn't do no show with Joy Taylor. He said, the reason I knew I couldn't do no show with Joy Taylor, because she would have came over there with them jugs, them sweater puppets, and that peanut butter skin, and it would have been a problem. I said, God damn. Talk about that peanut butter skin. Bruh. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm going to see if I can find that clip of Jason Whitlock talking about that peanut butter skin, bruh. That shit was funny as hell. And the reason why it was so funny is because he wasn't trying to be funny. He wasn't trying to be funny. But the way he was talking about that shit, bruh, I couldn't help but laugh. I couldn't help but laugh, bro. When he got to talking about that peanut butter skin, he said, man. Hold on, let me see. I think this might be it right here. I think this might be it. I think this is the one.
So the allegation that
I think this is the one where he was sitting there with that damn toboggan on. I think this might be the one.
Joy Taylor planned and participated in having sex with two. There's an extent towards the black woman. No, I'm not. I'm saying it as a way to call her into repentance, to call her mindset, to be given to her. She's accountable for anything that. What does she do? She runs wild. Go forward and taught. That's what feminism is. With me, made in 10, raises his hand. We shaved our heads in the world. Every type of.
It ain't that one. It ain't that one. Where's the one where he's talking about that peanut butter skin? Where's the one where he's talking about that peanut butter skin? Is it this one?
Here's a little clip of Stephen A. Smith yesterday. I think
one of the reasons that women degree ability.
Question Joy for in denial of the facts and the truth. And so, yeah, if you're gonna have a Stephen A. Smith, you gotta have the Joy Taylors of the world. You have to take something sports that have been dominated by men, conversations about sports which have been dominated by men, and you have to inject feminism into that conversation so that.
Shout out to Jason Whitlock.
In one of these clips, you're going to make that reference so against me and fearless and what we do here. I remain relevant because these people are so stupid and so cowardly that I'm your only source of consistent is. And early in his career, going on between the patriarchy and between men and women.
Damn it, where's the video? Where is the video? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Young people, particularly young men, and particularly if your objection is like, hey, as a Christian, Jason, choose better language. I'm going to apologize to you that are sincerely feel that. But I'm going to double down and stand on it because in this moment, that type of raw commentary is necessary so that the point lands with everybody. I don't think saying that Joy Taylor has a big rack. Betting. Interesting. And what everybody has focused in on is like, holy cow.
we got this black queen out here that is basically grooming her best friend, the hairstylist, to be a sex worker within corporate America. And then we got this black queen out here trading sex for promotions. And the New York Times don't want to have that discussion because that is where the discussion is. And everybody is kind of like, woo, boy, Joy Taylor. You're out here doing podcasts and doing interviews with everybody, talking about how hard you work and how you had to be twice as good to get anything.
To be hypercritical
And how this
of
whole
Joy
system,
Taylor.
and you part of this black girl magic
harsh,
deal. Opinions of Joy Taylor. She's not someone that I didn't get along with. I basically, for the most part, just kept my distance from Joy Taylor. And I kept my distance, not because I didn't like her, it's just because I knew myself. I know myself. I know what I'm capable of. And that big rack of hers that she showed off constantly, it's just, and that peanut butter skin with that big rack. Like, Jay, keep your distance.
Why? This is what I can't understand, because that's what everybody was offended by, right? Because I remember, everybody was offended by him saying this. Everyone was offended by him being honest. You even had your boy Cam Newton crashing out over this shit. But let's be real. A man can only handle so much. He's supposed to work with this woman and sit across from her when she got them sweater puppets damn near jumping up out the dress with the peanut butter skin. Bruh. And then you can't shoot your shot. And then you got to hear the rumors about everybody that's smashing that worked there. Man, come on. Come on.
That's going to get you into trouble. And so that's what I did. I kept my distance. Because when you put some woman in a job, talking sports with a bunch of men, it's a job she's not qualified for. She's talking sports with professional athletes, people that did it at the highest level. She's talking sports with me or Colin Cowherd or other people that have really studied sports at a super high level. What does she have to offer other than her sex appeal? And so should we be surprised that she leaned into that? No, we should. They put her in that position where it's the only thing she had to offer, and so she offered it up and got what she wanted. Let's think this through. As if you go into the lawsuit and the things that Nushin says and the way she says things played out, Joy Taylor was some sort of fill-in talk show host down in Miami who, people in Miami kind of knew who she was. I think she may have had some association with Dan Le Batard or whatever, but she hadn't taken Miami by storm as a radio talk show host. She was a little extra, attractive girl, Jason Taylor's sister. Hey, let's put her on radio. But she hadn't really done anything. But somehow, she's qualified to be the host of Undisputed, a debate show between Skip Bayless, who, like him or not, was an accomplished sports journalist for a time, and a Hall of Fame football player in Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe reached the top of the sports industry. Skip Bayless reached the top of the sports media industry, and Joy Taylor had done some radio work down in Miami. What does she have to offer? So how does she get that job? How does she even get that opportunity? Because she's got a big pair of cans, and she's, according to Sheen, she's willing to let people enjoy those big cans of hers.
Them tig old bitties.
That's how we got here. And it's not Joy Taylor's fault. And I want to go through and I'm trying not to disparage Joy Taylor, but the facts are the facts. I can remember I'm at Fox Sports at the time, and I ran into some friction because I didn't want a woman on a show that I was doing at Fox Sports. And so this is in 2015, 16 at the very beginning. And I can remember they brought Joy Taylor in for a test on the show that I was doing. Yeah, this is at the time when I was going to be initially doing my own show, and Cowherd was doing something else. And just keeping it all the way real, Charlie Dixon wanted her to be involved with my show. And so we brought her in for a test. And I didn't think the test went well. And I let everybody know, hey, I don't think this test went well. I don't want, this isn't the direction I wanted to go. I was trying to play nice and trying to meet them halfway in terms of okay, you guys are insisting on a woman being on this show because that's what everybody wants. And I was like, well, you need to bring a grown-ass woman on the show if it's going to be with me. It can't be at this time. This is 10 years ago. Well, Joy Taylor is probably 25, 26 years old. You talking about, I got a lot of discipline, but 25-year-old with them big cans and that peanut butter skin who has nothing to say, at some point I'm going to lose respect. And I'm like, well, the only thing she's got to offer is them big cans and that peanut butter skin. And so if I got to put up with this, I might as well enjoy them big cans. And so I said, no, I don't want to put myself in that position. And so I can remember, I brought in Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie Bernstein's around my age, a few years younger perhaps. But I was like, she's been around the block. She actually has been involved in sports media for a long time. She might have something of substance to offer. And the test we did with Bonnie Bernstein went much better. And I was like, if we're gonna go, they were adamant, no Bonnie Bernstein. When I look back in retrospect, when I say they, I'm talking about Jamie Horowitz. And I don't know if I heard from Charlie Dixon on this, but I certainly heard from Jamie Horowitz. They were adamant. No Bonnie Bernstein. And when I look back in retrospect, I'm not trying to disparage anybody. I'm just keeping it real. This show is called Fearless. I got to tell you the truth so you can understand these things. When I look back in retrospect, they were like, Bonnie Bernstein, she was 20 years ago. We've had our way with Bonnie Bernstein. We want something fresh and new. And so Bonnie Bernstein, a woman that's pushing 45, 50 at that time, no value, no interest. No one's sexually attracted enough to Bonnie Bernstein at that time to give her the job. And so we didn't do that. I kept holding firm. Next thing you know, me and Cowherd are doing the show together, and Jason McIntyre is going to be our sidekick. And that was a better landing for me than doing the show with a woman. I need, put me in a guy environment, guys talking, that's natural. That's what I thought had the most value. Down the road at Fox Sports, Christine Leahy, when Cowherd left the show, Christine Leahy wanted to replace Colin Cowherd. I wasn't for that. I considered it because I like Christine Leahy, and what I wanted in that next position, replacing Cowherd, was someone that was in a much more junior position to me than Colin Cowherd. And so, but Christine Leahy had no interest in that and told me flat out she wanted to do a 50-50 show. And I told Christine Leahy, who I liked, but I told her flat out, I was like, Christine, I can't do a 50-50 show with you. You don't know 50% of what I know. You don't know 20% of what I know. You're a child, an attractive one, but you're just a child. And so I can't do a show that's 50-50 with you. There's some things I can teach you in the junior position, but I would consider it, but 50-50, that's insanity. And that's how I ended up moving to Marcellus Wiley. I could do, in my view, this is just me keeping it real, I could do a 55-45 show with Marcellus Wiley.
That peanut butter skin. That peanut butter skin, it causes problems every time. Every time. That peanut butter skin. Look, I hear my wife in the next room. I hear her in the laundry room. Lurking. Lurking in the laundry room. I can hear you in there. But anyway, we've been on here for almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours, man. Shout out to everybody that came through. I heard you in there. So,
Where was you and your antennas when I was downstairs getting attacked by crickets?
Getting attacked by crickets?
If you look in the camera, you're like, why is she jumping all over the place?
Why was you getting
attacked? Played sports at the highest level.
Why was you getting attacked by crickets? Did you hear about Joy Taylor getting fired? So she got fired, and I had to go back and find this clip, right? Listen.
Yeah, it's a job she's not qualified for. She's talking sports with professionals at a suit, put her in that position where it's the only thing she had to offer, and so they put her at a super high level. What does she have to offer other than her sex appeal? And so should we be surprised that she leaned into that? This through that Nusheen says down in Miami. His sister was an accomplished sports journalist, reached the top of the sport. What does she have to offer? So how does she get that job? How does she even get that opportunity? Because she's got a big pair of cans, and she's, according to Nusheen, she's willing to let people enjoy those big cans of hers. And I ran into some friction
because she got caught up in that sex scandal.
I didn't want a woman on a show that I was doing at Fox Sports. And so this is in 2015-16 at the very beginning. And I can remember they brought Joy Taylor in for a test on the show that I was doing.
What should he say?
Yeah, this is at the time when I was going to be initially doing my own show and keeping it all the way real. Charlie Dixon wanted her to be involved with my show. And so we brought her in for a test. And I didn't think the test went well. And I let everybody know, hey, I don't think this test went well. I don't want, this isn't the direction I wanted to go. I was trying to play nice and trying to meet them halfway in terms of okay, you guys are insisting on the show because that's what everybody to bring a grown-ass woman if it's going to be with me. It can't be at this 26 years old. You talking about? I mean, I got a lot of discipline, but 25-year-old with them big cans and that peanut butter skin who has nothing to say. At some point, I'm going to lose respect.
Where you going? He wasn't being perverted. He said that's the reason why he didn't do the show with her. He said he knows himself. He said, I'm not gonna get myself in trouble. Here she come with them big cans and that peanut butter skin. Shit. That is self-control. That is self-control. Everybody, see, this is the reason why I like Jason Whitlock. He said the thing that nobody else wanted to say. In fact, in the other video, he said everybody loves peanut butter skin. Shit. You got peanut butter skin. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Something's wrong with you. Close my door. It's fine in here. Smell like what? It don't smell like cigars. It don't smell like cigars, so this is what it smell like. It smell like mahogany teak wood incense. That's what it smell like. That's what it smell like. You feel me? Matter of fact, hold on. Where is it? He said something about the peanut butter skin right here.
And that you told Nushin, Iranian monk, and it's a discussion betting Willie Brown, something that was given to her, and there was nothing she could do about it. She wanted big cans. And if you ever watched her on Fox Sports, she displayed them constantly. She wanted me, you, and everybody else to notice her big cans, her big rack. Put them on display almost every day. And yesterday, after this embarrassment comes up, she puts the big cans of peanut butter back in the pantry. She covers them up. But I'm the bad guy for noticing. And I'm the bad guy for pointing out that and trying to tell young people, particularly young men of any color, hey guys, this is what you need to be aware of. We've rigged up a system to go to work. We got something called the Crown Act, the hairstyle they want. Then what a crazy hair is. Women can come to want to distract the entire office, come to work dressed any way they want. If they want to distract the entire office by wearing a bikini to work, you just have to deal with it. And I'm trying to tell young men, here are the consequences to the garden in his little cubicle trying for us. And that's all I confessed to yesterday. He knows how weak and silly and penis controlled we are. And that's all I confessed to yesterday, is that I'm the typical idiot man. You put a big rack and peanut butter skin in front of me, and I'm capable of doing something stupid. That was my point. People are sitting out as if Jason Whitlock thought Joy Taylor would give him some. First of all, that wasn't my argument. My argument was, I know me, and I know how stupid I am. I know how weak I am.
He's trying to say he might be sitting there chilling and just for no reason, she come walking in with the cleavage out. Damn, look at them titties. Like, that might just come out now. All of a sudden, you in HR trying to understand what the hell is going on.
He's very extreme, like self-control, and then he talking about her coming to work in a bikini. Like,
there used to be a time where a dude could say, "Damn, look at them titties."
why?
What do you mean, why?
It's not comfortable for women. That's so uncomfortable.
Then put them away.
How can I put this away? I can't.
She can put them titties away. Look, I can pull up videos right now. Them titties is jumping out of the shirt. jumping smooth out of the shirt, just blah. She doing the show and the titties is sitting up on the microphone and shit. And it's like, yeah. So what I
spell for it every time.
no, we don't. I sat right here and said women shouldn't be sports commentators. I said that.
Like certain things you can't hide. Like I wear scrubs. I can't put all of this in scrubs without folks.
That ain't right. That ain't right.
Oh, so I should be able to go to work in scrubs.
No, that's not what I said. I said that ain't right. That ain't right that a woman could show up to work with her boobs jumping up out of the shirt, and then if a dude says, "Oh my God, them some big ass titties," he gotta lose his job.
Nope. Then bring that to HR. There should be a dress code. Like every job I went to, there was like a code of conduct, rules of conduct. You cannot wear this. You cannot wear this. You can't wear open toe shoes.
But they don't do that. What they do is they try to use the concept of patriarchy and oh, that's oppressive. So you're judging a woman by telling her she shouldn't dress a certain way, and that's not fair because that's oppressive. So because of that, we have an overcorrection. So back in the day, men wanted women to dress modestly. So in order to fix that, there's an overcorrection where it's like, well, a woman should be able to wear what she wants. So then a woman shows up to work half naked. And that's not right either. That's not right either. Y'all wouldn't like it if we was able to show up to work with a Johnson hanging out. Just walk up to the desk and lay the Johnson on the table like, ah.
I gotta have a conversation with you all the time about your gray sweatpants. Out here in the streets.
Shout out to Sterling. He said Whitlock is telling the truth and shaming the devil. Damn Skippy. Damn Skippy. Like just showing up with the rack. Just showing up with the rack, just putting them on the table. You feel me? Just putting them on the table. And look, he got a photo up here of 2 cans of peanut butter, and it's got her picture on it, and the 2 cans are sitting in a bra. Look at the can. Oh, look at that right. That is freaking hilarious, bro. That is hilarious.
And that's why I was like, that peanut butter skin in that big rack, let me go the other direction. Don't miss.
Jason ain't crazy, you know. And see, that's the goofy stuff. I don't know if y'all noticed it or not, but my wife just came in here and made an argument for self-control. In other words, it's like, oh, the women gonna show up half naked and we have to just prove that we can ignore them being half naked. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. You know what that's like? You know what that's like? That's like a dude showing up somewhere. That's like a dude showing up to a place that has a bunch of gold diggers, and then he just take a pile of money and lay it on the table and walk away from it and expect the money to still be there when he comes back. That's what that is. That's what that is. And then if the women take the money, you turn around and accuse them of theft. And you say, well, you should have some self-control. You know what I'm saying? You should have some self-control. And matter of fact, it's even worse than that. They're not even taking the money. Women showing up to work half naked and then getting mad when a dude speaks on them being half naked. That's like a man showing up to a strip club with a bunch of money, laying the money on the table, and then getting mad when the women say, damn, look at all that money. Just think about that. You didn't even touch the money. You're not even trying to take the money. You're getting in trouble for commenting on the money. You're getting in trouble for saying, damn, I sure would like to have some of that money. Man, I know what I would spend that money on. Oh my God. Oh my God. HR. Like, what are we talking about, man? But anyway, I've been on here long enough running my mouth, hanging out with y'all on the late night. I'm going to get up out of here so I can go get some rest. Shout out to everybody that came through and hung out with me. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to the sponsors of the show. Make sure y'all go check out my book, The Angryman Standard, which is available on Amazon. All you have to do is type The Angryman Standard in the search bar and it will come up. Also, make sure you go over and check out the merchandise. The merchandise is, matter of fact, hold on. Let's pull this up real quick. Real quick. Yeah, like I said, make sure you guys go over and check out the Angryman Standard, which is available on Amazon. All you have to do is type the Angryman Standard in the search bar. Also, if you want to check out the merchandise, you can go over to shopBinoNation.com, or you can click the link that's on the screen. Go to shopBinoNation.com and you can get your merchandise. We got some new stuff. Trust and believe. It is fly. All of that good stuff. You feel me? But other than that, salute to everybody that came through. I appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. I will be back at you tomorrow, so be on the lookout for me. Salute to the whole BINO Nation. Put the BINO Shields in the chat. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Deuces.
Spartans! What is your profession?